at this time, and that it's going to be held over for the end of the meeting, and that there'll be a further report out of closed session following that closed session. Mr. Chairman, that concludes the report.
Thank you, Keith. So next, if everyone will follow me with the Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand and face the flag.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
If you please just stand for a moment of silence. Okay. Next, we'll have a roll call.
Vice Chair Ratora. Vice Chair Ratora.
Here.
Chairman Heyman.
Present.
Director Peters.
Here.
Director Page.
Present.
Director Vallejo.
Present.
Commander Benson.
Present.
And Thomas Bakakis.
Present.
Next, I'd like to open up to public comment.
Could I say something while we're waiting for public comment?
I think we're starting public comment right now.
Yeah, I know. I was going to understand that. I just want to make a statement before, if that's right.
Well, we're going to go into public comment first.
Okay.
Okay, caller, go ahead.
Okay, Burnell Blanchard, Searles Valley Minerals. Mr. Heyman, this is a follow-up to the December Groundwater Authority meeting in which I brought up the topic of putting on the agenda the item called delaying imposition of the groundwater replenishment fee. We then, as a company, followed up with you, and we asked that it be put on the agenda. I noticed it's not on the agenda, so you may not have ever received our request. So I want to formally ask today that the topic of delaying...
I noticed it's not on the agenda.
I'm getting an echo, or are you hearing me?
We can hear you loud and clear, but I did hear that echo also. So, but you're clear.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for helping me out on that one. So, the formal request is to put this topic on the agenda, and that way you can take a vote both on behalf of the petitioners and the public on this matter. We're not the only ones who have put forward such a request, but I'm speaking specifically on behalf of Searles Valley Minerals, and I'd like to see that placed on the agenda. And if you're not going to put it on the agenda today, then put it on the agenda for your next meeting. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Brown.
I do need to comment on his comment for just 1 second. I've received 200 requests for a delay of the replenishment fee. The Water District is in full agreement with that position. As a matter of fact, we sent a letter to the GA as well requesting a delay. I'm sure you have it.
I'm sorry, this is John Vallejo. I can't hear what's being said.
I would echo that.
Hang on, Stan. Before you go back to speaking, I'd just like to let everybody know that using these microphones, you have to be about where I'm at. You have to be close, and you have to be speaking directly into the mic. Otherwise, the public won't be able to hear you. So, pull the mic up and get close and personal to it. Get right up to it.
Okay, this better?
Yes.
Okay, this is going to be interesting. I have received personally over 200 requests to delay the replenishment fee. I want everybody to understand that the Water District is in full agreement with that position. As a matter of fact, the Water District sent a letter to the GA requesting a delay as well. We also requested that the topic be put on today's agenda, and I also note that it's not there. We felt that it was important that there was some urgency that it be there, but clearly it's not, so we go on from here. Anyway, at this point, I'd like to request the board chairman to direct the staff to put it on the February agenda. Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, this is public comment right now, which is a time that allows the board to respond and staff to respond briefly to public comment. If there's a motion to put something on the agenda, I believe that needs to happen later on the agenda.
Yeah, that would be in item 19, closing comments.
So
I'll make sure that I get it on. Thank you.
Let's proceed with public comment. Okay, caller, go ahead.
Yes, this is Wes Katzenstein, and I would like to offer a few personal words of thanks to Mick Gleason for the service he has provided to this community, and particularly the Groundwater Authority. As we all know, this basin is facing an extremely challenging situation when it comes to the water balance, and the future of the Indian Wells Valley will be determined by actions that we take now. The Groundwater Authority must continue to set and pursue aggressive goals that will lead us into the future and allow us to optimize our basin with whatever balance of recharge and imported water we are able to realize. And I want to thank Mick Gleason for the role he's played in helping us set proactive and aggressive goals up to this time. He's provided proactive leadership. He's helped the GA set goals that have moved us forward, and he has also represented us with great gusto at the county level. I do hope that those aggressive goals continue to be set and pursued. And it is interesting that whenever the Groundwater Authority, and particularly with Mick's help, take these bold steps, that opens the door for a lot of constructive criticism from the community at large. And it needs to be accepted as that. Unfortunately, it also opens the door or creates opportunity for a lot of criticism from people who have no vision how to move forward and are strictly dragging us down. And that is frustrating, and I'm sure Mick has been frustrated by that experience. In any event, I'd just like once again to thank Mick, wish him well, and hope for the continued success of the Groundwater Authority. Thank you.
Thank you, Wes. Okay, caller, go ahead.
Yes. This is Don Decker. I'm speaking this morning as a member of the public and as a PAC member. I have some comments that are critical. However, they are offered in the spirit of trying to make improvement. The fallowing and transient programs is basically at this point a disaster. It was weak to start with, and it hasn't really improved. And the two key areas that are missing, which is what I want to briefly talk about, is the communication aspect and planning. Both are basically the failures in those two areas are basically the deadly sins of management: inadequate planning and poor communication. The steps forward for this board are obviously critical to the valley and to our well-being. And the board, I'm suggesting, really needs to take a serious look at how it's functioning. The suggestion has been made over and over again by a number of people, including a new member of your board, Stan Rithora, that a finance committee be formed to provide guidance in that area for the board. I suggest there's another area that also literally needs the benefit of a committee, and it's a communication committee. I'm not offering that lightly. The area of communication is absolutely key, not only internal to your own board members, but the public that is confused and struggling to understand where this is all going. The committee function really could make an improvement. You can see it in all the other boards that have such a thing. That's pretty much what I wanted to say. I think we all do appreciate the efforts that have gone in by the board over the last couple of years and how difficult it has been. I think the board has also recognized, but I'm not sure they fully appreciate the magnitude of the effort that's gone in from the PAC and the TAC also. A lot of those efforts appear to have just gone into empty space, but I know people have actually read and considered what we've been saying. So good luck, fellas.
Thank you, Don.
Thank you.
Okay, caller, go ahead.
Yes, hello?
Yes, you're on.
Okay. Yes, my name is Mike Neal, and I want to start off first by expressing my great pleasure at seeing Mr. Ritora on the board. His replacement of former Water District members is highly welcomed. I think that he's possibly, in my opinion, the single board member who has the highest desire to actually represent the people in this basin. I know that from years of experience, both listening to and working with Mr. Ritora. So I look forward to what he has to say today. He's already started out this meeting, the very front end, doing exactly what I'm talking about. I'd also like to express my great pleasure at not seeing Mick Gleason on this board any longer. It's been 3 years of high displeasure at seeing him ramrod through actions that are going to cost these people in this valley dearly from this point on. Now, you know, you already heard from Mr. Blanchard at Searles Valley, and here we go. He requests something on the agenda, and it gets ignored. So what else is new? I don't know how many times this has happened over the last 3 years, and I certainly hope Mr. Phillips can do a better job than Mr. Gleason. I just have to be honest and say it'd be hard not to do a better job than Mr. Gleason did. So, you know, looks like you're going to succeed on that, Mr. Phillips. As far as the board itself and what has been said as to improvements to the board, I do not endorse any new committees or any enhancements or supposed improvements. What I do endorse is that the board listen to what the people have called for. I've called for numerous times, is that you stand down. Stand down and initiate actions to give us an elected groundwater authority that people can support. Well, why do you think that the groundwater authority got a record 5,000 protest votes against the replenishment fee, and then immediately thereafter got over almost 3,000 signatures on a referendum petition against that, which, of course, Mr. Hall waved his hand and threw on the floor in total disregard and said, oh, those don't count, those don't hold up. Well, the people in this town, in this valley, are sick of being disregarded, and that's exactly how we feel about the Groundwater Authority. So if you want people to actually cooperate with what the Groundwater Authority wants to do and not continually fight against you, you'll get out of here as an elected body and get us an elected GA board. That's the only thing that's going to smooth the waters around here. And when people start getting their huge replenishment fee bills, which just started as of this month, you're going to hear from them. You're going to hear from them big time, and I'm going to be glad to help them sound off. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Neal. Okay, caller, go ahead.
Hello. This is Renee Westelusk, and I wanted to express my welcoming sentiments to the two new board members, and I also want to express my welcoming back of the returning board members to the IWVGA board. I also echo Mr. Katzenstein's remarks about Mick Gleason and Mick's leadership. I just want to emphasize to the board members that, you know, the economics of this whole valley is riding on the decisions you make about our water. And I know you know that, but the whole future is about preserving what potable water we have and ensuring a long-lasting future of continued water for this valley. And I thank you for willing to serve on the board. Thank you.
Thank you, Renee. Okay, caller, go ahead.
Yes, this is Judy Decker. I'm calling as the president of the Eastern Kern County Resource Conservation District, as a PAC member, a well owner, and an individual. And my question, well, it is for the board, is also for Mike Neal and the people who have the same sentiment he does. We have a crisis. The crisis is we do not have enough water for the future. It's not clear if we are going to have enough water for now. We need to solve that problem directly. I am appalled that the board hired Capital Corps and didn't take their advice last year. We need imported water now. Thank you.
Thank you, Judy. Okay, seeing no further public comment, we will close public comment, and we will move into the next item, is the consent agenda. I'd like to open that up to the board for discussion. So,
I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
I'll second.
Dr. Heyman, this is John Blahoe again. One more time, I'm having a real tough time hearing anything being said right now.
We are too, John.
Oh, sorry, I made a motion. This is Philip Peters. I made a motion to approve the consent agenda.
And we had a second from Director Rotora. So we have a motion and a second.
Vice Chair Rotora.
Yes.
Chairman Heyman.
Aye.
Director Peters.
Aye.
Director Page.
Aye.
Director Vallejo.
And I don't have any issues with the minutes, but I'm going to abstain from all the bills. So I'm abstaining on the consent.
Okay, I'd like to open up the
call.
Want to open up the consent agenda to public comment?
Mr. Chair, this is Keith Lemieux. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I was just dropped from the call. I just wanted to make sure I was back on.
Okay, yes, you are loud and clear.
Okay, thank you.
And do we have any public comment for? No public comment, so. All right, and so we have an approval for the consent agenda. Are you through? Okay. All right, so we're going to move on to item number 7, Groundwater Sustainability Plan, Section 5.3, Project number 2, IWVGA Recycled Water Program. And this will be presented by Steve Johnson.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much, and welcome everybody to the to the new year. Hopefully 2021 is going to be a lot better. There was actually discussion about having an in-person meeting at this one. We're talking with Ron in April about maybe February, folks. We'll see. But welcome, everybody. Hope everybody's healthy and safe. It's been a rough 2020. We need to get back where we're talking to each other face to face. We all want that, folks. The staff and the board all want that too. So we're trying for that. Anyway, this item 7, Groundwater Sustainability Plan, Section 5.3, Project number 2. That's on the Groundwater Sustainability Plan. It's in the plan. It's the Recycled Water Program. It's really, we're talking about the GST talked about a lot of different things in it about where we might be going with recycled water. And at this point, it's almost a year old. It is a year old that the board approved. It was January 2020. So worked on that was well before that. A lot's happened since then. A lot of work with the city, with the water district, discussions with potential recycled water users. The Groundwater Authority Board has looked at it. As you know, there was an options agreement developed by the city and adopted and executed by both the city and the Groundwater Authority. So based on that and discussions with the city and the GA staff, our staff team, we thought it was appropriate to get moving on this because recycled water is probably the most available supply we have for the basin. Imported water is going to be a little harder to get. This is right here. So this is really an optimization study, figure out what are the best, certainly quantify what we have available based upon existing uses and where we're going, and the expansion of the plant by the city, and then look at what the best uses are, most effective, cost-effective, most effective in lowering our need for imported water. That's what this study is all about. Jeff's going to walk through the study. I will mention at the beginning, Jeff and I had talked about, especially at the end, we'll do it again then, and Ron and April, we all talked about this ahead of time. The authority has a cash flow issue for this particular item and any action items for our work going forward. Just a qualifier here, we don't plan on doing any work on projects that are authorized without coordinating with Ron and April on cash flow to make sure that we're not getting out ahead. We've been running a deficit a long time. I think Ron is trying to take an approach that we try to curb that deficit and get us back into a balanced program with some income sources. So I just want to let you know that if the board decides to authorize us to proceed on this study, we will be coordinating with Ron and April on actually implementing it. We'll come back with we'll be coming back with schedules and communication outreach. We will include, Don Decker was on, we will include the TAC in this evaluation on a regular basis. We intend to re-engage the TAC on several items. So anyway, I talked too much as a preliminary sort of an intro for where we're going this year. Jeff's going to walk through what the plan is for the recycled water optimization study right now. Thanks, Jeff.
Yes. The Groundwater Sustainability Plan adopted by the board in January of last year included a project to optimize the use of recycled water. The project that was described in the GSP anticipated using the recycled water for landscape irrigation, replacing the use of groundwater for those uses. The GSP also indicated that we would further studies to evaluate other potential uses of recycled water. And that's what this agenda item is about, those further evaluations. We want to do a further evaluation to make sure that we are putting the recycled water to the greatest most use for the basin. There's been some additional coordination going, as Steve mentioned, to get the recycled water program in place, working with the city as it's moved forward with its upgrade and expansion of the wastewater plant, which is underway now. Out to try and get a consultant to doing the actual design. They've got consultants to advise them on the projects. It's a real project now. We're coordinating with that. The GSP GSP didn't anticipate any expenditures this particularly on recycled water, but given the way the city is moving forward, we need to initiate the reuse part of it. As the board's aware, the board adopted an option agreement or approved an option agreement for recycled water with the city in its November board meeting. And under that agreement, the GA can purchase recycled water generated by the city's wastewater treatment plant. The GA also established a recycled water program at the November board meeting, and that would allow water users to participate in the program and receive a benefit in the form of a reduced assessment, replenishment assessment, while they're participating in the study. We can go to the next slide. In the draft, the 2021 budget that the board will consider today, there's a budget of $250,000 for the recycled water program for engineering support. That includes administering the recycled water program, coordination between the GA and the city's upgrade of its wastewater treatment plant, monthly reporting to the GA and the TAC. As Steve mentioned, we want to involve the TAC, and preparing the recycled water alternatives analysis that's the subject of this board meeting, for this board item today. Now, funding for the study has also been requested through Prop 68 application that was submitted the first month of this year. In that grant application, there was a request for $140,000 of funding. Actually, the total budget was $140,000. There may be a local match required of 25%, which would be $35,000, although a reduction in the local match or a waiver in that match was requested in that application. We're anticipating the study would be done by June of next year. And the goal of the study is to make sure we have quantified what's going to be available from the wastewater treatment plant, what recycled water will be available for use. We need to consider that there'll be ongoing uses at the golf course, the Navy's golf course, and some requirement for the 2H tub, at least in the short term. We want to identify the preferred recycled water projects, and we want to end up with a conceptual design information that would be the basis for future design, permitting, and environmental compliance for the recycled water project in conjunction with the city. We can go to the next slide. The scope of work, we had developed an outline of how to do this back in September, and it was turned into the scope of work that was part of the grant application, and that's what we propose to get authorized to implement today. It includes evaluating potential uses, making sure we get the highest and most cost-effective benefits and benefit towards sustainable use, and that that use should go towards reducing imported water requirements. Potential uses that will be included in the study will keep landscape irrigation in. We can compare alternatives. We want to look at replenishment of the recycled water through both surface spreading and injection. And we want to look at potential direct uses, including a potential use at Cyril's Valley Mineral. We'll do an evaluation of the facilities needed for each one of those uses, come up with capital costs and operation and maintenance costs for a basis of comparison, and then provide a technical memo summarizing all the analysis, the costs, and giving the results and a recommendation on what the most beneficial, cost-effective use would be. Again, that technical memo will include the information that could be used as a basis for going forward for design and permitting environmental compliance. We're asking for authorization on the study today, as Steve mentioned. We'll work with the GA staff, with Ron and April, on the cash flow issues, exactly when we implement and how fast we go with it, and we will involve the TAC in the process too. That completes the presentation. If there's any questions.
Thank you, Jeff and Steve. So at this point, I'd like to maybe bring back to public comment. Do we have any public comment on item number 7? No public comment. So,
Chairman Hammond, just one item of note is that this project will be funded through the replenishment fee.
thank you. Okay, I see we do have public comment. Okay, caller, go ahead.
Hi, good morning. This is Elizabeth Esposito with Brownstein Hyatt Farber Schreck on behalf of Mojave Pistachios. Can you hear me?
Yes, we could hear you loud and clear.
Thank you very much. So I'm offering these comments on agenda item 7, and they restate our comment letter that we provided this morning. So we are asking the board today to not approve the proposal as currently formulated to authorize the recycled water use alternatives analysis. Our reasoning is that we believe that the proposal is problematic under Prop 218 because the proposal is to fund the analysis with the replenishment fee. So by way of background here, as the board knows, Mojave Pistachios is required to pay the replenishment fee for any water it pumps because the authority has excluded Mojave Pistachios from receiving either an annual pumping allocation or a transient pool allotment. So through its replenishment fee payments, Mojave Pistachios is being asked today to foot the bill for the recycled water analysis. We believe this is problematic because the authority has excluded Mojave Pistachios from receiving any benefit under the recycled water program and the option agreement that was previously approved earlier this fall. These items exclude farmers like Mojave Pistachios from participation. For example, the option agreement limits the use of recycled water for municipal and industrial uses located within the city or for the direct benefit of the citizens of the city. And likewise, Mojave Pistachios doesn't qualify as a program participant under the recycled water program. Under Prop 218, then, we think it's wrong to require Mojave Pistachios to fund a program from which it's been excluded. This violates the constitutional requirements that fees shall not exceed the proportional cost of the service attributable to the parcel, and that fees shall not be imposed for a service unless that service is actually used by or made available to the owner of a property. So unless Mojave Pistachios is allowed to benefit from the recycled water program, we think it shouldn't be asked to foot the bill for the recycled water analysis. Or stated another way, all of the recycled water beneficiaries and only those beneficiaries should pay for the recycled water analysis and ultimately the recycled water project to be developed. So we ask the authority to correct these issues and not to authorize the recycled water analysis today until the authority ensures compliance with Prop 218. Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Any other public comment? Okay, caller, go ahead.
Hello, this is Renee West-Dolusk. I just want a clarification on, it's on the first page of the discussion, the bottom of the first paragraph, which the last phrase or 3 sentences, the authority would provide groundwater users with the opportunity to apply recycled water to beneficial uses to excuse payments of the basin replenishment fee in an amount equal to program participation. Other than Cyril's Valley Mineral, can you possibly specify, is it the water district that would also be eligible for this excuse of payments of the basin replenishment fee if it's used for like landscape irrigation, surface spreading, or deep injection?
We will get you an answer to that question, Renee.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, Keith, do you want me to answer it?
Keith, did you want to address that now, or are we going to take that at the end?
We could take it now if you want to address it.
Well, I actually would like to talk about Ms. Esposito's comments because I think they were well taken. 218 does require that if we're going to charge somebody a fee, that the benefit conferred has to be conferred to that party, or has to be for a service they're receiving. So if the board moves forward with the project and ultimately pays for the project out of replenishment fees, then I think we need to revisit the question of who gets to apply. It would seem that anyone who pays replenishment fees would have to get the benefit of the reduced rate. So that would be a consequence of that. However, you can approve this now. I think based on the report, it may be that the amount we're talking about here is 100% paid for by grants, if I understand correctly. We'll know the answer that the GA would be required to pay. I think in a worst case scenario is about $35,000. So it would be possible to move forward. It would be possible to move forward now, I think, and trust that we could figure out whether the money was coming from the replenishment fee or whether we would be expanding the recycled water program when we decide to charge the replenishment fee for the money, for the work. And then the second question from Renee, I forgot. Now I've lost myself. What was the second question?
The question was whether the water district could participate in the program and see the offset fees.
Yeah, I guess that's sort of part and parcel of what I'm saying. If this is moving forward as an item under that's being paid for by the replenishment fee, then that would mean that the recycled water would be a source of water that would be to the benefit of everybody paying the replenishment fee. So the water district would benefit from it to the same extent as Searles and everybody and anyone else paying the replenishment fee.
Chairman Heyman, this is Phil Hall. If I might add something on this 218 issue.
Go ahead, Phil.
It's important to realize that right now, at the record before us, as we're moving forward, Mojave Pistachio has said they will not pay the replenishment fee. They cannot afford to pay the replenishment fee, and nobody else in our record do we believe will be paying the replenishment fee except for the water district at Searles. If in fact we are wrong on that, then we will readjust at that point. But right now, the record before you is fine to move forward with this item. There's also ways of handling this with auditing the fee on the backside, making sure that the benefit only goes to those that need it. So that's where we're at. We have someone who has said at one point they're not going to pay the replenishment fee, is suing over the replenishment fee. At another point is claiming that our motion today, our action today is illegal because they're paying the replenishment fee. So if and when they pay the replenishment fee, we'll revisit this.
Okay, thank you, Phil.
Mr. Chair, it's John Vallejo. Is it appropriate time for board member comment?
Well, we may want to hold off until we finish the public comment, because then I'll bring it back to the board for discussion. But if it pertains to these two questions, John, I would say go ahead and answer.
Yeah, it does. I had a question about the project itself because I noticed that one of the issues in there was discussing or looking into surface spreading or deep injection, which is an idea that we'll need to pursue for actual import of water as well. So I'm wondering if there's crossover with regard to any of the aspects that this recycled water program is looking at that crossover with and are redundant with issues that we'll be studying or dealing with for the imported water itself.
Okay, so I think that question might be deferred over to Jeff or Steve for an answer. And I don't know if they want to.
Yeah, this is Steve. Thank you, Chairman Hyman. Yes, Director Vallejo. Later on the agenda on the Water Resource Manager report, we do have an item which is a percolation study. It's a percolation study for the whole basin, and the intent of this is to evaluate and put to bed once and for all the ability to replenish our deep basin with surface spreading at multiple locations. So there is a study being done that'll be coming back to the board. I'm doing a preview today. It'll be coming back to the board, we hope, in February. There won't be any overlap. The work done on the percolation study will be used on for the recycled water study. We will not be doing that kind of an evaluation in the recycled water study. We will definitely be with the same people looking at both. So we will definitely be looking at surface water spreading locations, but the technical work would be done in a separate percolation study because, as you point out, the percolation study is appropriate for both imported water, which we'll be working on later on this year, recycled water, and also the potential for local water. So there are two different evaluations. The percolation study is also going to go beyond sort of a literature and a textbook study. It's going to be a phased approach that will ultimately result in feasible projects with a demonstration or pilot projects, actual field work to demonstrate those capabilities. So, yeah, bigger effort in the percolation evaluation by surface spreading. This is really to look at the alternatives that are available for the uses of recycled water. Try to evaluate economics. We don't anticipate to get to the level of economics related to deep injection versus surface spreading until we get farther along, certainly on the percolation study, because we need that information. But we do have uses out there on irrigation. We have uses potentially getting water to cereals, deep injection, and also the surface water spreading. So those can all be looked at and move forward without overlapping on what needs to be done in the percolation study. Kind of a long answer. I apologize.
Okay, thank you, Steve. So, Director Vallejo, does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
You're welcome. And if Elizabeth and Renee are still watching, I hope that answers your questions. So with that, we will move on to another caller. Okay, caller, go ahead.
Hello?
Yes, you're on. Go ahead.
Okay. Yes, my name is Mike Neal. Well, what stands out like a sore thumb in this whole discussion is the simple fact that apparently the vast majority of the board and their staff members, including those who absolutely, I would dare to deny that they don't already know of the Water District study on this issue, that they paid good money out to a capable consultancy firm, and they have, I would say, probably 95% done everything that you sit here and spend all this time talking about this morning. So, this is Stetson. They're going to make a, cool another $140,000 to duplicate effort. Now, how much sense does that make to any single one of you? I just asked that question. Just please answer what I'm doing. How much sense does that make? Just a duplicate effort and waste our tax money like that. If you really think you just got to do your own study, here's my recommendation. Go find a smart high school kid, pay him $1,000 to go look at the Water District study and give you a re-summarized copy of that, and you'll have, I believe, everything you could possibly need. There's only 3 or 4 ways to deal with this, and about 2 to 3 shut themselves out right off the top, very obviously, even to the novice. So that's what you need to do, and that's the problem with this board is they want to do it all themselves, and apparently they don't want to coordinate or cooperate with the Water District, and the Water District has been trying to get their hands in this, get this done for a long time. The city's been blockading them because, well, the plan was to ramrod this recycled water through as a lever to try to get the GA out of lawsuits, and apparently that ain't working for you. So why are you still chasing this thing? Why don't you do what the right thing ought to be done, turn it over to the Water District and let them handle it. They're the best guys to do the job.
Thank you, Mr. Neal. Any other callers?
Director Heyman, Chairman Heyman, if I may say something about that.
Who's speaking?
It's Phil Hall.
Oh, go ahead, Phil.
So we are very aware of the study done by the Water District. The Water District didn't do the study with very much input from the GA. The Water District study also showed costs that were higher than we believe replenishment water will be on an import project. And it only looked at, as Mr. Neal just said, there are 3 or 4 options. It only looked at one. This study that we're proposing right now will look at many more options, some of which the Water District may not like. The Water District's was a direct injection system. Direct injection wells is probably the most expensive process. Our cheapest process would be percolating groundwater, as I've mentioned in past meetings, where it very could be the situation where sending that water to the west side of the basin into a perk area and perking it into the ground might be the cheapest, most economical use of the water. So that's what we're looking at, rather than a study that looked at only one issue, one process. And I might add, we've heard from Searles, frankly, that they're not interested in the recycle program based upon the costs that were shown in the Water District study. That's all.
Okay, thank you, Phil. Okay, next caller. Go ahead.
Yes, this is me.
Go ahead, caller.
This is Judy Decker again. I have written you a memo, but I did not send it to April until this morning, so I know that you do not have it. I will summarize it because some of the things have already been stated. I am pleased to know that you are going to use the TAC committee with this project. That was one of my complaints in my letter, that you spent considerable time forming 2 committees, the Policy Advisory Committee and the Technical Advisory Committee. They are made up of stakeholders throughout this basin. Some of them are highly technical, in fact, more technical than the people you hire. And you should use them. They're free. This project, this wastewater project, is a perfect project to bring the TAC in the very beginning, so that some of these proposals that you're talking about can be negated without spending any money on them. I think it is unfortunate that you do not pay more attention to the public that calls in, because it's the same people every time. You gloss over much of what they say. Many of them are extremely knowledgeable in the subjects that you are talking about. Thank you.
Thank you, Judy. Next caller. Caller, go ahead. Okay, caller, go ahead.
Hello, this is Tom Brown with the Lahontan Regional Water Board in Victorville. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Just barely.
How about this? If I speak louder?
You are loud and clear.
All right, thank you. Water Board staff are encouraged that the GSA is looking into using the recycled water. We regulate the wastewater treatment plant of Ridgecrest, which discharges an average of 2.6 million gallons per day. That translates into 2,910 acre-feet per year. That's a hefty volume that is currently being used just to percolate, evaporate, irrigate the golf course, and to keep a population of tui chub alive in some ponds north of the golf course. However, to get the maximum benefit of this water, you will have some technical challenges that I would like to let the public be aware of. The total dissolved solids of the water is in excess of what is drinkable. It ranges between 1,000 and 1,400 milligrams per liter. The only technology that we know of to bring that down to 500 milligrams per liter, which is our limit, or better, 250, is reverse osmosis. That's a lot of pumping and a lot of electricity. Also, if you're planning on recharging the aquifer by ponds, the evapotranspiration rate ranges between 45 to 70 inches per year. That's good quality water, pure water that's just going to be lost. We encourage you to always include as an option reinjection. But in order to reinject water quality of 1,000 to 1,400, you're going to have to treat it. That's all. Your nitrate is good, your ammonia is good, and your total killed-all nitrogen concentrations are all well below our regulatory standard in the wells around the percolation ponds. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next caller. Caller, go ahead.
Yes, this is Mike Neal again, and I'd like to be allowed the opportunity to respond to Mr. Hall's comments since he tried to refute what I said. I'd like to tell you that just honestly, from my perspective, Mr. Hall is either ignorant on what he's talking about, or he's deliberately misrepresenting what the Water District has done. I looked at the Water District study. I sat through the meeting.
Mr. Neal?
And, hello?
Yes, Mr. Neal, we're limiting the public comment to one call per...
You're going to let your lawyers slap me down and not let me respond? Is that what you're going to do? Say it right now.
It was a one-to-one there, so that's how I would consider it.
Oh, you give him the last word. So let me tell you, he's lying to people, okay? Now, you going to let that go on, or you going to let me speak?
Okay, we're gonna limit it to one caller for sake of time, and so let's go ahead and move on to the next caller. Okay, so I'm seeing no further public comment. So at this time, I'd like to bring it back to the board for discussion and a motion. Go ahead, Stan.
Okay. The Water District believes that the recycled water should be and could be a major element of the near-term water augmentation. And as a matter of fact, we sent a letter to the city back in May suggesting a partnership with the city, and which would actually make it such that the GA would have no funding obligation and the city would probably have no funding obligation. We have not received any reply from the City Council on that partnership request. In the meantime, the recycled water program that was established by the GA has turned into a political football. I'm afraid that we're not going to be able to pursue recycled water until we can work through considerable both political and legal issues. That could take a long time. I don't know where this is going. The Water District is committed to using the recycled water to the most beneficial use. At this point in time, what we're looking for is people who can be problem solvers rather than problem creators. We stand ready, willing, and able to do what we can to work with any partner that's willing to work with us. I object to the replenishment fee being used as a slush fund. That's not what the replenishment fee was defined to do. Prop 218 is very clear on what it can be used for, which means that everything else it cannot be used for. If indeed there is a grant, then my objection goes away for all practical purposes, and we'd be glad to support this. But as long as we are using Water District funds, we need to have a say on how it's done, and right now we have none. We are willing to participate in the recycled water program if indeed it is modified so that it is not detrimental to the water district ratepayers, or the taxpayers in general. And so, again, the problem is going to be whether or not we're expecting to use a grant or if we're going to use the replenishment fee. We cannot support use of the replenishment fund.
Stan, keep your, I have to give you the, okay. Keep your mouth close to it, and because they're losing you on the back and forth, you'll go in and out of the ability of people to hear, so just try to be conscious to keep your mouth.
Bottom line is, Water District totally supports the use of recycled water. There's absolutely no issue. We would like to work with the city to get a real solution. We're not going to be involved with a political football. If we have grant funds to do this job, fine. Our objection goes away. However, if there's any use of replenishment fee or any planned use of replenishment fee, we are not willing to step up to that. It's not in the best interest of the Water District. It's not in the best interest of the ratepayers. Thank you.
Any other comments? Any other comments from other board members?
This is Bob Page with San Bernardino County, Chairman. I just want to be clear on what I've heard staff say so far on this item regarding the funding of this analysis. It appears that while the agenda item suggested that we would use revenue from the replenishment fee to pay the cost of this analysis, I believe I heard our current general counsel for the authority as well as our most recent general counsel say that the source of the funding is still yet to be determined, so that I heard them say that any vote to approve authorizing the Water Resources Manager to conduct this analysis does not commit to pay for that cost of that work with replenishment fee. Is that correct?
I believe that's correct.
I would simply, I think I would modify what you're saying there a little, Bob. This is Phil. To be clear, you can use replenishment fee for this. Replenishment fee is put out there to bring new water into this basin to take care of the overdraft condition. Ms. Esposito is raising a point that, wait, if she now wants to change her mind and her client wants to pay replenishment fee, it would be paying for something under the current conditions that were put forth in the contract that they would not be able to get, which is recycled water. That's true, and that can be handled by readjusting their benefit analysis and what they, being any farmer that pays replenishment fee, would pay. We do not need to change anything now to do that, or in any of our already adopted plans. But here's the record we have before us right now. Record we have before us right now is nobody aside from the Water District and Cyril's are stepping up to be long-term players in this basin, meaning long-term players pay the replenishment fee. This water goes to help their needed import supply. So we are fine moving forward with this as a replenishment fee item. If anybody would like to have a different fee just for recycled water, that's a process you could do, but you're not required to do. And I would point out that, there was an offer made to the Water District and Cyril's to lower their replenishment fee based on recycled water, and they didn't like neither of them have accepted that deal to date. So, yes, we can move forward paying with this with the replenishment fee.
That is strictly because that offer was totally ridiculous. It was nonsense. It's become a political football, and there's absolutely no justification for the way it was proposed. We are willing to join a program where we work with a partner, with the city, and do the work will probably pay the large majority or all of the fees. If Searles wants to get involved, we'll be glad to have them get involved. But that offer that you're talking about was sheer nonsense, and we don't want any part of it. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, this is Bob Page again. I was wondering if I could direct a question to you for answering.
Yes, go ahead, Bob.
Yeah, so as far as, from what I'm hearing, is no parties have committed to participate in the recycled water program, and that in part is justification for doing this analysis to try to understand what are all the potential uses and potential parties that could participate in this. And the second thing I just want to clarify, if I'm getting it correctly, is that while no one has participated and has sent people who have been offered to participate, parties have sent letters saying they can't agree to the terms. To this point, the authority has not, thrown up its hands and said, okay, you can't participate. There's been no closing of the door to any party that has indicated, while they might be interested in the program, they can't accept the terms that were offered. At this point, everything's still open for negotiation, correct?
That is correct. So both Searles and the Water District have been contacted and offered an option into the waste or into the recycled water project. So, and to date, while they showed some interest, neither party has committed to participating in the recycled water project. Both knowing that participating in this would reduce their replenishment fee costs and their overall outflow greatly, countering the overall big picture that's been presented by both parties as to the extreme, cost of it. So, but to this date, it's important to understand that that was done first, and so now this item is before us, and I think it's important to say that, okay, while yes, it was offered to these because it was deemed to be a beneficial use of the water, that at this point, with the non-committal, it's important that the GA follow through with finding out where is the most economical, prioritized, and best use of this water. And so, and not to mention too that we also have to work with the wastewater treatment plant that's going to be up and coming, and these two do kind of coincide together in design and implementation. And so, and to the end of that comment, yes, it is still open to parties, to either of those parties, to opt into this to this option. So,
can I add something to that?
Yes,
Mr. Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
So, and just to put a fine point on it and to provide some clarity, the board has directed that parties that participate in the recycled water program agree to waive claims against the GA related to the adoption of the fee in the program. When member Rotora says that there was a totally ridiculous offer, or whatever the phrase was, what he's talking about is a completely reasonable request from the GA that the Water District not sue the GA over this matter. And that same request also was made to Searles. Primarily, my understanding is in rejecting this offer, what they're saying is, no, we'd rather preserve our right to sue you, and that's why we won't join. So that's the holdup right now. It does not seem to be a reasonable position from my standpoint, and our suspicion is eventually they'll figure out a way to make it work. But we do need to have a waiver.
Who is
correct?
Speaking?
Keith Lemieux.
Keith Lemieux? Okay, thank you.
Yes, correct, Keith. Thank you.
I would like to repeat the offer that the Water District made to the city to form a partnership and eliminate any and all costs from the GA, which really doesn't need to be involved in this at all. It's a three-party issue: Searles Valley, the Water District, and the city. At any time the GA gets involved in anything, typically it's going to lead to a lawsuit, and we don't need any more of that. One other comment I would like to make is if you look at the audit that we are going to review a little later on, you'll notice that you have problems whenever you start spending money and you don't have money. The Groundwater Authority would be better off not being involved. They don't need to spend the money. So my feeling is that this is a waste of time for the Groundwater Authority. They need just to get out, let the people that understand water do the water. Thank you.
Okay, do we have any other comments? John Vallejo, do you have any comments?
No, not at the moment. Thanks.
Phil Peters?
None for me. Thank you.
Chairman, this is Bob Page. I would like to make a motion to authorize the Water Resources Manager to proceed with the recycled water use alternative analysis. And while and not as part of the motion, but as I understand, additional comment, as I understand legal counsel's advice that replenishment fee isn't eligible, this project and this cost is an eligible use of those funds. That is something that I'm not specifically including in the motion, and was not included in the staff recommendation. Because as I understand it, it is something we probably need to evaluate a little bit more and understand who's going to participate and who might benefit. But bottom line, the optimization of recycled water is one of the key projects that was identified in the authority's groundwater sustainability plan in order to bring the basin into sustainable balance within 40 years. And while I agree we should not be writing checks we can't cover, I also think it's very critical that we keep moving forward on trying to bring this basin into sustainability. I think it would be irresponsible to ignore this potential way of improving the sustainability of the basin by looking into the best ways to optimize the use of recycled water as a water resource for the basin and the people within it. So I do not agree that it's something that the authority should step aside on. So therefore, again, my motion that I'm making is that the board authorize the Water Resource Manager to proceed with the recycled water use alternative analysis.
Thank you, Bob. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
We have a second.
Vice Chair Rotorua?
No. No.
Chairman Heyman?
Aye.
Director Peters?
Aye.
Director Page?
Aye.
Director Vallejo?
Aye.
Okay, motion carries, so we will move on to item number 8. Board discussion and potential approval of 2021 proposed meeting dates.
All right. So early November, it was brought to staff's attention that a board member, has a scheduling conflict with the current meeting schedule of third Thursday of the month. And it was asked that we look into potentially rescheduling those meeting dates. After discussion with staff, I had sent out a poll to IWVGA board and staff with 4 options for potential dates going forward. The poll results showed second Wednesday of the month being the most popular, and that is what is being presented to you for approval today. In addition to meeting dates, staff is seeking board direction on possibly moving the start time to 9 a.m. due to a staff member having conflict after 12:30 p.m. on those Wednesdays. Given the current times we live in with everything being held virtual, it doesn't seem to pose an issue, but once we return to in-person meetings, a 9 a.m. start time will impact those traveling to Ridgecrest. So again, we're looking for board approval of the second Wednesday of the month and board discussion on a potential start time.
Okay, thank you, April. So let's move it to public comment. Do we have any public comment on item number 8? Okay, caller, go ahead.
Hello, board members. This is Tom Brown with the Lahontan Regional Water Board again. I heard the mention of lawsuits. How many lawsuits have been filed against the GSA to date, and by whom?
I'll defer that question to council.
Chairman, those lawsuits are actually posted on the agenda in the closed session. They're both mentioned.
There's two?
That's correct. And also, this is a little bit off the agenda at this point, but you can find that information by looking at the agenda itself.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom.
Chairman Heyman, if I may, this is Phil Hall. I would also add that the first lawsuit was filed over a year ago against the Water District and did not involve the GA.
Thank you, Phil.
Yeah. So there's three total.
We're going to continue with public comment. Next caller.
Thank you.
Okay, caller, go ahead.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Hello. Yes, this is Mike Neal. First, I want to thank you, Mr. Heyman, for cutting me off. The GA board has allowed multiple comments from the same person over and over the years, but all of a sudden, because you don't like what you hear, I only get one shot. Well, that's fine. I can get you in the newspaper just as easy or better. On this one, I would suggest that the board have no meetings. My reason for that is, bodies that they're unelected and not approved by the people and not desired by the people, they do us least harm when they don't meet. And as proof of the fact that they don't represent the people, how about all the meetings for the last 3+ years held just like these other ones you're fixing to try to schedule in the middle of the week in the morning, where working people can't even attend unless they are willing to take off 3, 4, or 5 hours of their time. Boards that care about having the public attend, hold them at nighttime. So if you're not going to have them at nighttime, as far as I'm concerned, you just don't care that people come to your meetings and proving that you don't represent us, and you don't want us to be in attendance. Just like you are right now, locking us out. And there I'm looking at Mr. Strand and the secretary sitting way less than 6 feet, face to face in front of each other. And you're going to claim that you're meeting all the COVID rules, but you're not. But it gives you an excuse to keep us out of the meeting. So, just don't have them. We would be much better off.
Thank you, Mr. Neal. Seeing no further callers, I'm going to move it back to the board for discussion.
Can't hear you.
Mr. Peters?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Well, before we do that, do we have, I'd like to hear back from the other board members just to confirm that everybody's good with the date, just a confirmation. So maybe start with Bob Page.
Yeah, I'm assuming that the second Wednesday of the month is okay for the county. We're still a little bit in transition. The Board of Supervisors makes its every 2-year appointments of members of the supervisors to other boards, commissions, and committees on Tuesday next week, because it happens 2 weeks after the chairman of the board is elected, which happened earlier this month. And so not everything's been finalized into who our representation is. But I did understand that the motion did not include a starting time. Is that something we're supposed to be providing?
Correct. I was going to ask you
input on.
Yes, I was going to ask you that part.
Yeah, I find, given the distance for a number of the staff as well as other members of the board, that 10 a.m. start time is the most workable for a number of staff members as well as for the county of San Bernardino.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. John Vallejo, how are you with the date and the time?
Yeah, the second Wednesday of the month will work. When it comes to the start time, another issue is, having time to review the board packets that are provided. And if we can get a commitment to having earlier board packets on that issue, I would be okay with an earlier start time during these remote meetings. But for the same issues that Supervisor Page mentioned, or Board Member Page mentioned, when we're going to be in person, the travel times and the commute issues, I think, are real, and we should have the later start time as well.
Okay, thank you. Stamertor?
I'm good with 10 out of 12 of the months. September and December will not allow for a water district meeting prior to this meeting. And even though I do not get direction, I get input only. It's nice to have input before the meeting rather than give a historical presentation following the meeting. So I'm good with everything but September and December in terms of the dates. And as far as start time is concerned, I'm probably flexible enough to go with anything that is amenable to everybody else.
Okay, so you're good with it. Mr. Peters?
These dates will work for me. There's no conflicts there, and as far as the start time, I'm amenable to whatever the rest of the board would prefer.
Okay. I am personally good with it. Did I leave anybody out?
What are the options on September and December?
I think you would have to work that out, or are you talking about it with your own schedule?
You want me to change my board meeting so we can have this one on Wednesday? Is that it?
I'm not sure what your business would be, but
we meet on Monday.
Maybe you could have a special meeting or send in an alternate. But I'm just asking, as a general whole, are you good with the time and date?
Hey.
I would like to change the meeting dates for September and December to a date following the first Monday after the first Tuesday of the month.
I think it would be very difficult to pull 5 or 4, multiple other individuals' schedules apart for 2 dates. Anyway,
Mr. Chair,
yes,
I'm having a little trouble hearing. This is Keith Lemieux. Remember that you're setting the regular meeting, so this has to be on a regular schedule. We'll be amending our rules to set the new meeting date. If there's a problem with a specific meeting time in the future, then there's a potential there to set a special meeting if that's what you want to do. But right now we're setting the regular meeting date.
Okay. Thank you very much. So,
who is speaking?
Keith Lemieux. So,
okay.
I'm looking for a motion.
I'll make a motion. I just am curious if there's any consensus between 9 or 10 a.m.
We can't hear you.
That wasn't clear to me. Oh, sorry. I was just looking to see if there was any consensus or any preference whether we start at 9 or 10 a.m. I'm fine with either, but I just would like to get the majority opinion on that.
So I think 10 is that what we're all looking at right now?
Mm-hmm. Those who didn't express
it sounds
concern,
like 10 o'clock to
right, we're
Tony as
10
well.
a.m. The 3 of you didn't have a preference either way, so I'd say we go with 10.
Okay. So the consensus is second Wednesday, 10 o'clock, and looking for a motion.
We'll make that motion.
This is Bob Page. I will second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second.
Vice Chair Rotora,
Aye.
Chairman Heyman,
Aye.
Director Peters,
Aye.
Director Page,
Aye.
Director Vallejo.
Aye.
Okay. We are moving on to item number 9, board review and approval of the 2021 Indian Wells Valley Groundwater Authority budget. And this will be presented by Ty Staheli. He may have to turn you on over here, Ty, so keep tapping it.
I think it's there.
Okay, you're on. All right. You just have to, you probably noticed you have to be like right up close. So,
Right.
Okay.
All right, so what we have here, last meeting, we went ahead and presented the budget, the 4 different categories: GSP development, administration, replenishment, and the, I think it was well mitigation funds. We have since then made a couple changes as asked for by the board as well as some of the staff members. We went back to Stetson to kind of refine some of the numbers. I'll go over what specifically changed. Looking at GSP development, the line for the SDAC support changed to a total of $12,000, $2,000 a month starting in January and ending in June. And then a transfer to administration. We split up the administration cost 50% to the GSP development and 50% to the replenishment. And so you'll see that 50% coming from GSP development on that line item. At the end of the year, the GSP development ends with a projected balance of $210,000, which would just about cover the I think in the fee we put $250,000 for legal costs, legal suits, so that would just about cover that. As far as administration, you'll see on the revenue line items.
Excuse me, are we going to take questions between the?
No, we're going to let him give his presentation.
The whole thing.
And then we'll bring it to
public
public comment.
All the way back and do. Okay,
yeah, so
that's fine.
Sit tight.
For administration, we have the revenue line items added, so you'll see a line for extraction fee revenue and a line item for replenishment fee. As far as expenditures, we took the in-house labor costs and put a number that we believe will be representative of the RGS contract for contract administration to come to a total of $225,000. And then on the, next page on the administration, some new numbers or refinement from Stetson on the Navy Coastal Royalty Fund coordination for a total of $40,000. The Rose Valley monitoring well permitting bid and drilling for $300,000. And the Stetson DRI storage calculation and report review, $11,100, and data collection for $120,000. Changes in replenishment category would be engineering and analysis at $126,500. We added in capital core for $175,000, and we have that transfer of funds to the administration for the 50%. And last was the well mitigation, which last time had a large deficit at the end of the year. We went back with Stetson to refine this, as we don't anticipate any actual projects occurring in the year. And so that was reduced down to program development of $50,000 and outreach and impact evaluation at $20,000, which leaves us at the end of the year for well mitigation at $619 negative, which we probably fix that as we go through the year. So those were the changes from last month to now. So if you have it, yeah.
Mr. Chairman, this is Bob Page. Could I ask a question?
Yes, go ahead, Bob.
Yeah, I was hoping staff could, if you would indulge me, explain a little bit more about the reasoning behind the transfers to admin from the replenishment fee and I think there was one other thing that for the GSP development that he mentioned was a cost increase. There was a transfer to admin on that as well. I have a feeling there's a very simple reason for why that is the right thing to do, but I was just hoping that could be explained a little bit more.
As far as the administration, it had no recognized funding source. Staff and legal counsel said that it would be an appropriate use to take the funding from the extraction fee and the replenishment fee, and because we don't know how much one way or the other that's going to go as far as more administration on the replenishment side or extraction side, we decided to split it down the middle at 50%.
Okay, and isn't it also true that the report that was done when the replenishment fee was approved indicated that there would be, I think, just under $400,000 of that fee revenue would be used for administration? 377, I think, was the number in that report.
I'd have to defer to, I don't remember.
Chairman Heyman, if I may, this is Phil Hall.
Go ahead, Phil.
To answer Director Page's question, there is a line item of some administration inside the replenishment fee and estimate that we came up with. Again, those are just estimates, but that was really for purchasing water. That's what we were using related to purchasing water. The reason why you would split administration across these is pretty simple. Let's say we never adopted a GSP. Let's say we were a water storage district that had no concern about sustainable yield, water. We had no requirement to reach sustainable yield or determine it. In that situation, you still have an audit you have to do because you're a public agency importing water. So it makes sense to charge 50% of audit costs to both the development of the GSP that we're required to do and the plan and program that we have to go forward. So that's sort of a general idea. It's something that crosses everything. On top of that, you because of the way California law is written, you have to take and analyze what project you're working on. So, for example, if Stetson is working on something that is just for importing water, or Capital Corps is working on something that is just for importing water, those costs are paid for by the replenishment fee. If Stetson is working on something that is just related to sustainable yield, that is most certainly just for the GSP fund. So the California law requires us to be task-oriented when we're applying fees, if that makes any sense. And that's all.
Yeah, it does. Thank you.
Okay. Any other information there, Ty? Or?
Not on that item.
Okay. All right. So we will go ahead and open to public comment. So public comment on item number 9, board review and approval of the budget. Okay, caller, go ahead.
Hello, this is Tom Brown with the Lahontan Regional Water Board. The planned Rose Valley well, $300,000. Is that amount of money going to cover the entire cost, or is BLM going to kick in some?
Let's refer that to Stetson.
Yeah, this is Jeff Elsley with Stetson. The BLM has been providing some in-kind services, assisting us with permitting. It will be on BLM land. That $300,000 will cover all of the costs. There's time for us to do some of the field work support. There's a cost for the driller, the majority of that for the driller. And I'm trying to think of who else is giving us some. I think those are the basic costs that are in there. There is no other funding other than the Navy in-kind services.
Yeah, how deep do you expect that well to go, or is that all TBD in the field?
That's correct. We don't know for where the bedrock is there. That's one of the purposes of drilling the well. I think there was a number in the package that was put together, and I'm sorry I don't have it in front of me and remember the number at the moment.
But also we're going to TAC.
And the TAC will be involved in it.
Real time.
Yep.
All right. Thank you, Jim. That is all.
Thank you, Tom. Any other callers? Okay, caller, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. This is Elizabeth Esposito again on behalf of Mojave Pistachios. So just a general comment and then a couple of requests for clarification. So first, we noticed that altogether the 2021 budget expenses exceed $6 million, and we think that these costs are very high, too high relative to other GSA's costs throughout the state and relative to the ability of pumpers to cover these costs in this particular basin. These expenses are also especially concerning to my clients given the lack of oversight and the board's past refusal to develop oversight mechanisms like a finance committee. And we renew our prior request that the board develop a finance committee to begin more careful oversight of expenditures. And then I'd like to ask for clarification on 3 items. So first, in the GSP development budget, it should be clarified whether the fee referred to as the assessment pumping fee, whether that refers to the extraction fee or the replenishment fee. And then second, in the administration budget, we'd like to ask that that budget be edited to specify more granularly which tasks will be funded by extraction fee revenue and which tasks would be funded by replenishment fee revenue. And as you know, as has been discussed already this morning or this afternoon now, the board adopted the extraction and replenishment fees under 2 different statutes, Water Code 10730 and 10730.2. And these statutes limit the types of expenses that may be funded with each fee. So we ask that before the budget's adopted today that the authority go through and demonstrate that it's appropriate to fund each of the proposed expenditures with one fee or the other. And then last, comment on the replenishment budget. So as I previously raised in comments on agenda item 7, we think that the line item for optimized use of recycled water should be deleted from the replenishment budget. As I stated earlier, we believe that the replenishment fee can't be used to fund the recycled water program because some of the users subject to the replenishment fee, like Mojave Pistachios, have been excluded from receiving recycled water under the recycled water program. And under Prop 218, agencies can't assess fees for a service on users that have been excluded from receiving that service. Thanks so much for your attention to my comments.
Thank you, Elizabeth. And do we have any comment from the, or answers to her comments from legal, from counsel?
You're fading out.
Does anyone want to comment on Elizabeth's questions? Okay. So.
Well, is that directed to me, Chair?
Well, either to Keith or Phil, probably.
This is Keith. Well, regarding some of her comments were directed towards forming a finance committee, which is not really a legal issue; it's a policy issue. As far as I think we've gone over it already when we were talking about the recycled water program. I agree that the benefit of benefit needs to be conferred to the people paying the fee. We will make sure that happens. What that means in this case is we will either have to adjust where the funds are coming from related to the recycling program, or we'll have to take a look at how the recycling program benefits everybody. And then as Phil pointed out, obviously we don't know exactly who's going to pay the fee yet. And right now it's only anticipated that the parties paying the fee would be the parties we were contemplating benefiting from the recycled water program. But if that changes, then we're going to have to make some adjustments.
And I think I can help answer the other 2 questions she had on the GSP development. The assessment pumping fee is the extraction fee, and the items that are budgeted as expenditures in the GSP development are either from revenue from grants or the extraction fee.
Right. Okay, thank you both.
Chairman Heyman, this is Mr. Hall again. I think I would add one thing to the discussion you've heard so far. That is just that budgets are estimates, and these are our estimates right now. We true these up at the end, and under California law, when you're applying a fee like 218, you true up what you actually spend later and make sure you put it in the proper tasks. You don't guesstimate now in a budget as example right now, if Ms. Esposito drops her lawsuits, we're going to have a $200,000 drop in litigation costs. So it's nearly impossible to do that in a budget, which is a forward-thinking estimation of work.
Thank you, Mr. Hall. Okay. All right, any other public comment? We see no further public comment, so we'll bring it back to the board for discussion and a motion.
Not hearing any questions. This is Bob Page. I will move approval of the 2021 budget for the Indian Wells Valley Groundwater Authority.
I do have some questions. We can second it if you want before I.
Sure, I'll make a second.
Okay, I do have a number of questions, as a matter of fact. On page 1, GSP development, I note that the assessment pumping fee at the end of the year is $1.96, almost $2 million. Just a few short months ago, we had a revision to the pumping fee that claimed, which was actually raised from what it had been up to $1.5 million, I thought. And $1.5 million is reached basically in August or slightly thereafter. Can you explain why we're still receiving money after the point where we thought we were going to be finished receiving money?
Yeah, Director Torre, I can try and answer that question. When the initial perform was presented to the board during the December meeting, there was a deficit in the GSP development budget. So it only made sense to push that fee all the way out throughout the entire year so we could collect enough funds to be able to fund the projected expenditures for the calendar year of 2021. Now, there is a caveat here. If there's no expenditures that are anticipated, the board can stop collecting the extraction fee, but it did not make much sense to present a budget to the board that was in a deficit. So that was my decision, and I asked Mr. Staheli to project those numbers to the end of the year.
So we no longer think that $1.5 million is no longer the correct number that we had just 3 or 4 months ago?
I will say that based upon what is in front of me as the projected expenses, as well as the continuation of, for example, hiring RSG to take over administration of management of the authority, that has to be paid for in some form or fashion. So yes, it may be above that, but based upon where the board is going and what the expenditures are to accomplish our goals, that was the decision that had to be made, and that's in front of the board for your decision at this moment.
Am I correct that RGS is being hired after the GSP is signed off and sent in? Because we're talking about GSP completion. We're not talking about GSP implementation. So I mean,
with all due respect, Mr. Vittora, that during the December 17th meeting, staff was given the direction to move forward with negotiating with RSG to hire their firm to take over management administration of the authority. And so I do plan on bringing that to the board's meeting on February 10th for your consideration of that contract.
I thought that firm was in the admin budget. Isn't it? Am I wrong?
No, it's in the admin budget, but essentially half of it is carried over into the GSP development as a transfer to administration.
Well, as a transfer, sure.
Yeah, correct.
But the actual funding is out of the admin budget.
Correct. It is more, we're trying to, I mean, this, what really should happen with our budget, we should go to a line item project-based budget and get away from this pro forma. And I think the reason why we're kind of stuck on this has been primarily due to a cash flow issue. And, my goal is to, let's solve the cash flow issue. We can get away from this pro forma format and get to something that most of us are used to looking at in municipal governments or municipal or county governments. So, correct, we do show an expenditure in the GSP or a transfer from the GSP to the admin budget to pay for those contract services.
Okay, on page 2 of the GSP budget, there's an outstanding invoice for $619,000. Can you explain what that is?
Yeah, that's so that's services that have already been rendered in the previous fiscal year but haven't been paid yet. So in order to show the correct cash flow, I had to put that. I had to account for that in here so you actually get an accurate ending anticipated balance. So those are outstanding invoices too. It'd be Stetson and
yeah.
Looking here, Stetson, RWG Law, Capital Corps, those sort of activities that took place in the previous fiscal year.
Okay. I'm familiar with a lot of budgets. Typically, when you look at the calculation of the overhead and the transfers, one looks at prorating over the expenses rather than the prorating over the income. And depending upon what the expenses are for the various funds or projects, you proportionally charge each of the projects based upon their expenditures. I understand that we need to pay for the admin, and there's got to be an admin transfer, but it should be based upon something, it seems to me, other than, well, we got 2 projects or we got 2 funds, we split it 50-50. I've never seen that type of thing happen before.
Well, Mr. Rotora, that was just our best guess to get the numbers going. We do know that one of the directions we're going to be giving RGS is the budget development is going to a line item project-based budget, so we'll be able to track our expenditures much easily, or be able to to be able to produce reports that will be able to show this information greatly. Now, and when you talk about overhead, I would say this organization has very little overhead. That's one of the reasons why we're looking at, just bringing on contract administration. So when you look at like a special fund, when you're talking about the replenishment fee, then the extraction fee, those are more just for direct tasks. There's really not much of an overhead slide that goes from one or the other.
Okay, let's go on administration. Under expenditures, there's one for GPS implementation. What portion of GPS implementation is that?
I will have Stetson answer that question for you.
Steve Johnson or Jeff with Stetson, are you on?
I'm sorry, we missed that question.
We were on mute, yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry. So I will have Director Rotora repeat his question, and you guys can address it.
Under expenditures in administration, there is GSP implementation. Could you explain what that is? See, I was thinking that it ought to be project-oriented, but I'm sorry, go ahead.
One of the items that's there that's our item is SDAC support that it shows running out for 6 months. Which we are providing some support on that. There are 3 or 4 items that are ours that will be finished: the weather support, weather station, and the monitoring well maintenance that were done under the GSP. And then I think there's some administration as we wrap up the GSP, the grant reporting, and I think some of the data requirements of the GSP are wrapped up in there.
Okay. Well, one of the things that I had difficulty with when I was trying to read this or understand it was that you see a budget item, but then you don't see who the money is going to or what the effort really is. In a couple cases, it does identify who gets the money. In the majority of the cases, you can't tell where the money is going, especially in case of Stetson, where I'm assuming that they've got their fingerprints on multiple of these line items. It would be nice to know which one of these is Stetson, which one of these is, whatever. As a matter of fact, if whoever they are, I don't care who they are, it would just be nice to know who's getting paid, and in some cases, general engineering or production reporting support. Who's getting paid, even drilling support. It's not clear where the money is going or who is getting paid. I would like to see all of those things clarified on every line item, just so we can understand later on where the money was going, so we don't start looking around each other. Where was that money going?
Director Torre, I agree with you. That's one of the comment I made earlier about bringing this to a regular line item project-based budget will allow for that matter of detail and organization so we can understand it much better. So I do agree with you in that regard.
On the next page, under administration, there is a line item for $300,000. It's called drilling, and it's under administration.
That's a wrap. It should be 2021 Rose Valley Monitoring Well Permitting Bid and Drilling. So in that cell, it just was a text wrap. So it's not just drilling.
And there's also a line item for $120,000. It says data collection. Who's collecting the data and what kind of data is it?
That's one.
This is Director. This is Helsley with Stetson. That's data that's required from the GSP. We have to do an annual report. Needs to be collected for that. It includes, in addition to data collection, we have to do some maintenance on the monitoring wells. So it's we have data for groundwater levels. We have some weather station data, stream flow data, water quality data. That all has to be collected.
Okay, I wasn't suggesting it wasn't needed. I wanted to know what it was, and I think it would be nice. I'm familiar with work breakdown structures, working for the Navy, and every item is actually well defined, and my feeling is that a lot of these could be better defined. But going on, thank you, by the way. Going on to the replenishment fee. I guess in my mind, the replenishment fee, according to the engineering report, was to purchase Table A entitlement. I go down through the list of expenses, and I look at the first one is legal services. And I guess I don't understand why there would be a legal service under simply collecting money to buy Table A entitlement. There's also an administrative fee or expenditure when we have an administrative budget. It seems to me that if they have an administrative budget and we are charging $910,000 in transfer to pay for administration, that we don't need to duplicate administration costs in the expenditures, unless there's a real good reason. Again, you can't tell. There's no water, pardon me, there's no money in there for Table A entitlement purchase. Negotiations and coordination. I'm not sure what we're negotiating or coordinating. My understanding is that Capital Corps is working for us, and that is certainly a valid expense. But what additional negotiations and coordination would be needed? I don't understand that. And there's 2 line items for imported water. And then it was already mentioned by one of the callers, the engineering and analysis, as well as the optimized use of recycled water. That appears to be in one of them is, pardon me, 126,000. The other one is 250,000. I don't see how that's related to a Table A entitlement purchase. It really looks more like we're trying to use this as a general fund, which it is not. We have a engineering report for Prop 218. I don't see how you can stretch that engineering report to a purchase of recycled water or engineering analysis, either one. It wasn't in the engineering report. And, oh, by the way, the optimized use of recycled water, that was in what was passed as part of the Recycled Water Project, mirror program. I mean, it didn't go anywhere, but it was already in that project, and it should stay in that project, it seems to me. The well mitigation I looked at, and that was fine. The rest of this, I think, is incomplete and needs to have some more scrutiny. Identifying what the various things are, what the various line items are, and justifying why money, especially out of the replenishment fund, is being spent out of the replenishment fund when I read that engineer's report, I don't see any of that. I'm sorry, not there. And that's all my comments.
Just for clarification on 2 of the items on the replenishment, once again, we're a victim to text wrap in an Excel spreadsheet. So 2 of those lines should go together as one title: imported water supply negotiations and coordination for the $50,000, and then it would be imported water supply engineering and analysis for $126,500. And that, you see things different on an Excel spreadsheet on your computer than you do in the printed.
I'm sorry, I didn't quite understand. Which one were you talking about?
So under expenditures and replenishment, on the replenishment, we have the line item should be imported water supply negotiation / coordination. Those 2 go together. It was a text wrap in the Excel spreadsheet.
Oh.
And then imported water supply engineering and analysis.
Okay. I guess that doesn't change my opinion of whether they belong there or not, but I appreciate the clarification.
Can't hear you.
Okay, so I believe we already had a motion and a second.
Sorry, we still can't hear you.
I believe we already had a motion and a second. Before we follow through with that, was there any other comments from other directors on the board?
Mr. Chairman, this is Bob Page. Not necessarily to modify my motion, but I would provide directional support to some of the comments to be made and commitments that were made by members of staff, that the more detail that we can move towards and making these documents look more like all of us are used to with our own agencies, I think is a benefit to both us and to the public. So I do support that. But I I don't intend to modify my motion because the JPA agreement required that we adopt a budget for this year in November. It's now January, and I think we need to have a budget, and we can continue to improve and work on it. Budgets are living documents. There are things that change during the year. They're never set in stone. So I can repeat my motion to approve the 2021 Inland Wells Valley Groundwater Authority budget, and separately support some of the comments about providing additional detail and making the budget easier to understand.
Thank you, Bob.
And I agree with that, by the way. I wasn't suggesting that we not adopt it. However, someone did mention earlier the fact that we need a finance committee, and I think that is very obvious looking at this budget. It's also very obvious when we look at the audit. We need to move forward. I mean, just like we passed our GSP in January, because quite frankly, what choices do we have? We need a budget. We'll pass the budget. That's fine. We need to refine it. We need to make it a real document that people can understand.
Okay, thank you, Stan. Just to add real quickly to that I think what I'm observing here with your comments and from the staff and other members is that I believe that with the changes that we're looking at and bring it into a different format and may alleviate even some of the finance committee concerns, it may break it out into a cleaner format so that it's more, understandable by all. So
Sorry, we can't hear you.
Anyway, I'm just saying that I believe the changes that we're looking at performing on the budget will make it more clear for people to read, but also maybe address and help satisfy some of the folks' comments on having a finance committee if it's more legible and understandable and shows everything. So I think it's good for everything in the long run. So I'd like to move forward with this. We have a motion and a second, so let's do a vote.
Vice Chair Rotorua?
Yes.
Chairman Heyman?
Aye.
Director Peters?
Aye.
Director Page?
Aye.
Director Vallejo?
Aye.
Okay, motion carries. So we're going to move on to item number 10, board to receive and file the 2018-19 financial audit, and this will be presented by Thomas Young.
Yes, good afternoon, gentlemen. Thomas Young here, and I'm here to present the results of the Indian Wells Valley Groundwater Authority's December 31st, 2019 and 2018 report. If you turn to the first page, you'll see the independent auditor's report. I'm pleased to announce that for both years, we've issued what is considered an unmodified opinion, or otherwise a clean opinion, and that is the highest form of assurance that we as independent auditors can render. So you are to be congratulated on that. Moving along to page 3, you can look at your statement of net position, and for both 2019, 2018, those numbers are presented. It shows your cash, your assessment fee receivables, your grants receivables, your liabilities. There are some advances and due to other governments, but ultimately, you're currently, for these 2 years, you're running a net deficit in both years, $760,000 for 19 and $414,000 for 2018. On page 4, it shows your condensed statement of revenues changes in net position. Again, both years you're showing a negative net change in net position. Finally, if you turn to page 5, you'll show your statement of cash flows for both years. Your statement or your net cash used in operations was negative $1.1 million negative for 2019, $700,000 in 2018. So that shows you what happened with your cash flow. I'm not going to go over anything in the notes unless anyone has any questions, and I'm just going to turn my last attention to the report on page, let me get to it here, sorry. On page 11, we have an independent report on internal controls over financial reporting, compliance, and other matters. We've issued what is considered an unqualified or unmodified opinion on this, although we did have two findings, one regarding the lack of accruals that were occurring, and just another one that just simply said that maybe once you develop more of a staff that you prepare your own financial statements. So with that, I'll leave it open up to any questions that you might have.
Thanks, sir. Any questions? Well, actually, let's go ahead and open up to public comment first. So, public comment on item number 10. Okay, seeing no public comment, we will go ahead and bring it back to the board for discussion.
Scott, got one more.
Let's retract here. So we do have a caller. Okay, caller, go ahead.
Yes, good afternoon. This is Elizabeth Esposito, again, on behalf of my firm's clients, Mojave Pistachios. Just quickly, a few comments on this item. So we noted that there were a few recommendations from the auditor in the report that is included in the board packet, and we would ask the authority to adopt those recommendations. And we think it's essential to adhere to accountancy best practices and to increase fiscal oversight and transparency to the extent possible. And was encouraged by the board's discussion earlier this afternoon under agenda item 9 regarding increasing transparency in the budget process. And I think it'll be very important to increase detail and move to a line item budget as was discussed. I think from our perspective, poor reporting prevents the public from understanding how their fees and tax dollars are being spent. And that's incredibly important here where we have two different fees that are funded by different payors. And especially, I think transparency is important under the authority's fee structure because all of the agencies that comprise this board, with the exception of the water district, have been exempted from payment of the replenishment fee. And so the concern is that this tends to disincentivize careful agency oversight of the expenditures funded by that fee. And so I appreciate your continued attention and improvement with respect to increasing transparency and improving the detail that's shown on the budget. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Elizabeth. Any other callers? Okay, seeing no other callers, then we'll go back to the board for comment and a motion. No motion. Yeah. Okay.
No comment.
Okay, John Vallejo.
I'm sorry, I'm having trouble hearing you guys often.
So do you have any comments, John?
I don't have any comments, no.
Okay. Bob Page?
None for me, thank you.
Okay, so we don't need a vote on this, so do you need any further? It's just receive and file? Okay. All right, so that moves us along. Our next agenda item is number 11, Capital Corps Group 2019-2020 After Action Report, and that will be with Jeff Simonetti.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is Jeff Simonetti. Can everyone hear me okay?
We can hear you loud.
Yes.
Perfect. All right. Well, again, good afternoon. This is Jeff Simonetti with the Capital Corps Group. I also have my colleagues Michael McKinney and Todd Tatum on the phone. We really appreciated the opportunity to work with you over the almost last 2 years here, and we wanted to just put together just a sort of project in review here. And just if we could go to, since we're not in the room, we could just have someone advance to slide number 3. And just what we'd like to do is just walk through the projects that we were tasked with, walk through some of the accomplishments that the IWBGA has achieved over the last 2 years, and then walk through some of the priorities for 2021.
So, as I mentioned, we began in March 2019 with looking for 4 different areas. First, we were tasked with finding potential water supplies to deliver approximately 3,000 to 5,000 acre-feet of water to the basin per year. We were tasked with determining potential transfer partners who would potentially be able to deliver that water to the basin, as well as particularly looking at state and federal funding sources for the infrastructure required to deliver water to the basin. And that had initially started out as looking for infrastructure for imported water resources, but particularly in the last half of 2020, as the recycled water treatment plant project came online, we've also been working on that as well. And finally, our board report. So if you could go to slide number 4. For the first task, we were asked to determine imported water supplies. And in the second quarter of 2019, we delivered a technical memo to the IWVGA board, which at the time we identified approximately 30,000 acre-feet of water that was available at the time for purchase. This included a couple of different types of water in terms of there was permanent transactions, there were multi-year leases, and that would be a transaction where the actual seller would not sell the water rights permanently, but you could get into a multi-year transaction with that. And finally, there were also spot market opportunities in that year. 2019 in particular was an extremely wet year, unlike this year, unfortunately, and there were spot market opportunities with excess water available at that time. So we also were able to identify some potential banking partners and where we would be able to park some of that water while infrastructure was getting built. And then I will now hand it over to Todd to talk about Task 2 and what was accomplished there.
Hello, everyone. This is Todd Tatum with Capital Corps. As Jeff mentioned in our original task, Task 2 really centered on identifying the only potential transfer partners that's available to the Indian Wells Valley Basin. As you all know, because you all live there, it's physically very difficult to get water into your basin, and there's really only 2 physical routes, one being taking water off the LA DWP aqueduct, and the other would be a pipeline from the furthest northeast part of AVAX, which is Antelope Valley East Kern Water District, to your basin. In our initial report, we provided the pros and cons of each route for consideration. Stetson also did an engineer's rough estimate on the infrastructure costs for both of those possible routes that were given in the report. And after that, as we continued on, the board asked us to pause our conversations with the potential transfer partners until such time as we could figure out, I believe, funding and the amount of water. But since that time, we have stayed in communication with both of the potential transfer partners, and on a regular quarterly basis, we let them know where the Groundwater Authority is in the process, how the project is moving along, and if any new issues have come up. So with that, I'll kick it over to Mike McKinney for Task 3.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Task number 3 is specific to finding funding sources for the infrastructure project. At first, that was limited to the interconnection project to meet the transfer and bring in imported water supplies. That was later expanded to include the wastewater treatment, water recycling facility, and we have been working on those for the better part of these 2 years. We met with 6 different agencies at the federal and at the state level that have jurisdiction over water, primarily the decision-maker level being assistant secretary or a director level, to identify programmatic funding and determine eligibility of the interconnection and water recycling facilities. What we identified and provided in a after-action report was approximately $6.58 billion in eligible funding programs that ranged from loan programs all the way through grants and potentially direct authorizations. We also went through and met with most of our policymakers and our legislators, including delegation members, committees of jurisdiction chairs, the governor's office, appropriators, appropriations staff, and stakeholder members. The primary purpose of that was to position the interconnection project for federal and state funding, or also work on increased programmatic funding for the agencies that would be directive or be eligible for the interconnection or water recycling facility. That currently has approximately $6.22 billion in pending legislative amounts, which we are expecting to be passed during this year by the Congress and also by the state of California. Included in that was a request to the Department of the Navy to assist in the funding of the interconnection project. That was prepared and advanced through the Department of Navy at the Assistant Secretary of Energy Installations and Environment level, through the Pentagon, and through Southwest Command. Request is pending, and with the change in administration, we have a new Assistant Secretary who will need to be briefed, and that is on our 2021 priority list. In addition, we assisted in the reauthorization and appropriations of the Defense Communities Infrastructure Project. This program is primarily designed to create eligibility for both the interconnection and the recycling facility. And at this point, we worked on the eligibility and also the priority for application. The water recycling facility, we would begin positioning that for application this year and potentially put in an application either this year or next for that particular project. In addition, we worked extensively with the governor's office on behalf of the authority to position for available funding that was coming aboard. In 2021, the governor removed from the budget the SGMA compliance funding that was in the water resiliency plan due to COVID. We expected that to continue into the 21-22 budget. However, what we have found out is the governor has reinstated that program, and so we have reinitiated our efforts with the governor's office, and we have meetings scheduled, as a matter of fact, for tomorrow. Those are what we are working with at the right moment and at this time, and also in the past. And from there, I will turn it back over to Jeff.
Thanks, Mike. So for our final priorities for 2021, if we could switch over to slide 9, the two main areas of final focus are going to be looking at the DCIP and wastewater treatment facility. Like Mike mentioned, the Defense Community Infrastructure Program was appropriated again for this year for $60 million. The wastewater treatment facility at this time is eligible for making a grant application. One of the things that we've learned through the process, and particularly through the successful applications last year, was that the judges, which is a few members of the Department of Defense, really wanted to see that there's good coordination between base command and the community on the application. So we want to make sure that we have, like I mentioned, good coordination between our partners at the base when we're ready to make that application. The imported water project is technically eligible for the Defense Community Infrastructure Program, but what they would need to see is to be able to determine a route at that point before it would be fully eligible to make an application. So we're going to continue to work on that and as well advocate for continued DCIP funding throughout the next upcoming fiscal years. Finally, we want to continue coordination with the U.S. Navy and Department of Defense. As Mike mentioned, we've had discussions last year with both Base Command members of Southwest Command, as well as Energy Installations and Environments at the Pentagon, where we want to continue working on our request and continue to coordinate with them on the potential imported water project. We're going to continue to review the National Defense Authorization Act. We had 4 amendments in the 2020 NDAA, and we'll probably continue to look at that for items. And then finally, we're also taking a look at a more regional approach to addressing and solving some of the water challenges that the Department of Defense faces in California. So certainly China Lake is not the only Navy base or a Department of Defense installation, for that matter, that in California is facing groundwater challenges. There are 3 Navy bases, including China Lake, Lemoore Naval Air Station, and Navy Station Ventura, that are in critically overdrafted groundwater basins. There are also 3 Air Force bases, March Air Force Base, Travis, and Beale Air Force Base, that are in either medium or high priority basins that will be completing their groundwater sustainability plans a year from now. So there are obviously challenges across the relations within the Department of Defense in California that will need to address some groundwater challenges, and we're looking at some hopefully innovative solutions to help address all of those. So those are wrapping up on 2021 priorities. Again, we've really appreciated the opportunity to work with you over the last 2 years, and we'd be happy to answer any questions that you guys have.
Thank you, Jeff. So we'll bring it back to public comment. Any public comment? Okay, seeing no public comment, we will go ahead and bring it back to the board for discussion. So,
Mr. Chair, this is John Vallejo.
Yes.
I was noticing that you said that you wanted to continue to work on the source of the imported water. Unless and until this board makes a decision on a project, what does that mean for Capital Corps continuing to work on that issue?
So
this is Jeff. You know, I think one of the things that we need to get direction from on the board is looking at determining what the potential route would be. And not to jump ahead to the next area, but we've really minimized the amount of work that we would be doing with our transfer partners in our scheduled work product for this year, for 2021. And it would just be if there are any issues that arise, that we would need to keep either one of the transfer partners up to speed on. That would be what it is. But it's significantly pared down from what we had originally anticipated in 2019 until we have a route determined.
And I suppose this is more a comment for our board than it is for a question to Capital Corps. But I'm looking at the scope of work that Capital Corps wants to provide, and I'm wondering, how much of this is really putting the cart in front of the horse? Board Member Gleason had a priority that he continued to request us to make in terms of actually moving forward with analyzing and choosing an actual project for the import. And it seems like a lot of what we're asking Capital Corps to do is really important work that doesn't mean anything unless and until this board makes some real tough decisions about an import project. So it's more of a general comment, not a specific question, but I'm interested to hear actions about that issue.
Does anyone have any comments on that?
The Water District in general is very happy with what Capital Corps has been doing. They're doing work that we just couldn't do on our own, and I think they're focused out and talking to all the right people, or at least most of the right people. So we really appreciate all their hard work and efforts and their ability to help us. So thank you very much.
This is Chairman Heyman. So I think from my perspective, I think that the work Capital Corps is doing is kind of multifaceted. And yeah, I agree with John that we got some pretty tough decisions to be made probably in the near future. And but the work they're doing in working toward the wastewater treatment fund, getting us into the loop of the DCIP, NDA, any of the grants or funding that's available. A lot of that is timing. Is timing issued, and so if we aren't moving forward on that, then we put ourselves behind these other people, these other bases, other installations that are jockeying and looking for sources and solutions for their problems also. So I want to see us move forward with Capital Corps and keep leading the charge on getting us ready and positioned and making available all the data that they're bringing for us so we can make these decisions, some of the difficult decisions that will be coming up. But anybody else feel welcome to comment?
Yeah, I'll hop in. This is Director Peters. I just wanted to echo what Director Heyman was saying. I think there's a lot that's going to go into making these decisions, and we talk about the issues that different Navy facilities are experiencing with overdraft, and I think engaging the Navy at the federal level, getting them to come to the table and work with us, the DCIP program, those are all components that are going to be able to enable us to make that decision when the time comes. So I think there's a lot of value in what they're doing.
Any other comments? If not, I think we can.
I guess my last question is with regard to the proposal about when they have potential water supplies available and discussing financing options. Is there really kind of a unique issue for each potential water supply that we might be able to acquire in terms of the available financing, or is that really just a big picture issue that we can separately analyze regardless of where the water source or supply might be purchased from?
John, this is Chairman Hammond.
Sorry.
Or whoever that was. Go ahead. I was just going to add that. I believe that will be covered in the next item, but whoever is speaking there, go ahead.
Yes, Director Vallejo, this is Michael McKinney. Yes, it was something that when we brought the Task 1 items to the board through the technical memorandum, we were concerned that when we did it last time around, there was funding concerns, and we felt like when we bring this technical memorandum around for a second time during the 21 with the current available water supplies, that we should include either a broad discussion concerning funding and funding options, or if there were specific project-specific or provider-specific funding options for each type of option that we're bringing, whatever is available, that we would include that in the technical memorandum and anticipate some of the financial issues that the board may have or that the authority may have.
Does that answer your question?
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Okay.
Certainly.
So any other comments? We have a public comment. So I'm being flagged that we do have a public comment coming in, so we'll take a break from the board and go to the public. So go ahead. Okay,
Hello, can you hear me?
Go ahead, identify yourself. Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah. Hi, this is Tom Brown with the Lahontan Regional Water Board. We have a board member named Keith Dias who sits upon the Lahontan board. He also happens to sit upon the board of AVEC, Antelope Valley East Kern. He told my supervisor that he has heard of no discussions with the Indian Wells Valley Groundwater Authority about buying a stream of water as a steady supplier. Does anybody know, can you answer who you met with, Mr. Simonetti?
Yes, this is Jeff. We have not met with the board. We have not gone to specific board discussions yet because we haven't been at the point of actually making a purchase. However, we have met with the general manager, Dwayne Chisholm, on multiple occasions to assess two things. Number one, how much water they would potentially have available, and number two, what their infrastructure is to be able to potentially bring water to the Indian Wells Valley. So you are correct. This has not been elevated to the level of the board yet, for the simple fact that we haven't been in a position yet to buy water. We've been speaking at this at the general manager level at this point.
Okay, thank you.
Any other public comment? Okay, see, there's no other public comment, so I believe this is just a discussion item at this point, so we will, if there's no other further comments, we're going to move to item 12.
Yeah, you receive and file the last one.
Okay, so item 12 is board review and approval of contract extension with Capital Core Group, and this will be provided by Ron Strand.
Correct. On December 17th, your board approved a short-term contract extension with Capital Core until January 31st. So a new scope of work could be developed and a contract extension could be considered by the board at this meeting. During the December 17th meeting, the entire board was provided a proposal of the 21-21 work plan from Capital Core. Subsequently, Capital Core has developed their scope of work based upon that work plan, and I do believe they are here to present to you that scope of work at this time. Mike, Jeff, I don't know which one's going to lead this.
I'm sorry, I can't hear most of what you're saying.
Oh, let me try again. Did everybody hear what I had to say? Okay, Jeff, Mike, are you available?
Yeah, Ron, it's been real tough for us on the phone.
Okay.
Everybody kind of tends to fade in and out when they pull their mouth away, I think, from the microphone.
All right, let me start over again. It's not that difficult. On your board's meeting on December 17th, the board or the authority approved a contract extension with Capital Core until January 31st of 2021. So Capital Core could develop a new scope of work and a contract extension to be considered by the board at this meeting. On the 17th of December, Capital Core had provided the board with a proposed 2021 work plan, which was included in the agenda packet. Subsequently, Capital Core has submitted to the board, that's included in your packet today, a proposed 2021 scope of work for your review and approval. That scope of work identifies 5 main tasks, which are identified in the staff report. The total cost of this contract extension based on the scope of work is approximately $175,000 for calendar year 2021, and this would be budgeted out of through the replenishment fee. I do believe that Capital Core is available to make a presentation further on that scope of work.
Yes, thank you. This is Michael McKinney, and I'll lead that on behalf of Capital Core. The 5 areas that we are proposing are based upon the goals and objectives that have been conveyed to us by the staff and members of the board over the past half a year, and it goes back into identifying and securing imported water supplies, which includes a update and representation of the technical memorandum that was received in 2019 based upon 2021 water supplies. And that is the major header under that task. There are several subtasks in there which go all the way down through water purchases, and also continued slight discussions with the transfer partners as needed. Our second task is to secure federal funding sources, particularly positioning the water recycling plant with the DCIP, continuing to move forward with the interconnection project at the DCIP level, as well as continued congressional advocacy, looking for additional money that might be available within the infrastructure bills that are currently pending. Also looking at that congressional advocacy for an opportunity to do a direct authorization of the interconnection project and a subsequent appropriation. Our second area is agency advocacy. This particularly works with EPA, Bureau of Reclamation, Department of Interior, and Department of Agriculture on potential grants and potential programmatic funding that would be available and will continue to be available. Task number 3 is very specific to forwarding the request with the Department of the Navy and re-engaging the Department of the Navy to consider the request for participation in the interconnection fund, in the interconnection project, and also to seek their support, which we will need for a DCIP application for the water recycling plant. Task number 4 is secure state funding sources, and that task with the reinstatement of the water resiliency plan at the governor's level will become more important as they prioritize SGMA compliance, and particularly for critically overdrafted basins, likely during the 21-22 budget process. So we need to make sure that the Indian Wells Valley Groundwater Authority is positioned for that assistance, and that the state understands what the needs are. We feel they have a very good understanding of what the needs are at this point. I think the question is, what's the ask, how much, and what programs will be available to us. Task 5 is a restatement of our previous Task 4, which is simply that we will provide all of the reporting necessary for the board, make sure that you are up to date on a monthly basis, and attend the board meetings as necessary to answer any questions that you may have. Our fee schedule in our cost proposal remains the same as it did in 2019, and we created basically an hourly budget, if you will, with a not to exceed of $174,925. We broke that down for you. It's a little bit out of order in your packet, but you'll see a spreadsheet which has our typical red color onto it, and you can see the breakdown of the hours from there. And at this point, I am happy to answer any questions that the board may have.
Thank you, Michael. This is Chairman Heyman. I have a question on the 5 tasks. Are those in the order that they're in? Is that in a prioritized order or not?
They are really not in a prioritized order, with the exception of the finding and securing imported water supplies. That is due to a seasonal or cyclical nature of that and the availability of those water supplies. So that is a heavy-duty priority task that we are already engaged in under our previous contract, and so we've already re-engaged into that, and this is a continuation of that, and we will have that for you, I believe we stated, within another 160 days. The other tasks are really ongoing, so they are already in progress, and they will continue to be prioritized based upon when legislation becomes available, when authorizations are required, when applications are needed.
Okay. I guess from my own personal perspective, I would like to see the outreach with the Navy and the DoD and particularly the Navy as being a major priority for us through outreach, from that local community to base level and right up through that chain of command with the Navy. But I'd like to see that as a pretty major priority for us. But that's it. Thanks.
We are engaged currently and are beginning to work with the new administration, the incoming administration. As you're aware, the Assistant Secretary of the Navy will change out and has changed out with the new administration, and we continue to work with Energy Installation and Environment staff, and we'll get in and brief that Assistant Secretary as soon as possible.
Thank you, sir.
I continue to believe that this is a very valuable effort, and it's something we need to continue. It's kind of vague and fluid and mushy, but that's kind of where we are, and that's where we're going to be until we make some decisions. So the Water District appreciates all your hard work.
Well, I'd like to bring this to public comment. Okay, caller, go ahead. Caller, you're on. Are you there? Okay. Must be a breakdown in the
Try again.
Yeah, we got another call. Okay, caller, go ahead.
Hello, this is Renee West-Dulusk, and I urge the board to extend the contract with Capital Corps. I think they've done a very thorough and excellent job. I support you renewing the contract, extending it, etc. Thank you.
Thank you, Renee. Any other callers? Yep. Okay, caller, go ahead.
Yeah, this is Dave Janis. How do you hear?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear, Dave.
Thank you very much. As you all know, this is Dave Janis with the China Lake Alliance, and as you all know, I work in this arena with and coordinate with Capital Corps so that we have a consistent and effective message. And this is they've done tremendous work for us. They're very well connected with the right people. And we are in a situation at the moment where the administration and a lot of the top personnel are changing at the Navy level in particular, and the senior levels are the ones that's key to engage with all the way from the base to them. And these are going to be new folks in many cases, and I strongly support the tasks loading in your comments, Chairman Heyman, on what one of the priorities is for the Navy. So I strongly endorse this and support it as we move forward. We are well positioned, and we want to stay well positioned for the near-term potential for wastewater plant funding and the downstream funding that we actually put in place with the original DCIP program was not funded, and we and they have been instrumental in getting that funded. But we have to keep a place at the table as its opportunities present themselves and the GA develops its projects. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Dave.
Thanks, Dave.
Okay, caller, go ahead.
Yes, this is Don Decker. In my conversation here with you folks on the board, I'm representing the Domestic Well Owners Association as their chairman, and I strongly endorse, and the association strongly endorses, the imported water task, and we most definitely approve and appreciate the effort that Capital Corps has put to this for the board and for this basin. Thank you.
Thank you, Don. Okay, caller, go ahead.
Yes, this is Judy Decker. I want to say that we have an outstanding contractor with Capital Corps. I've known them since I was on the Water District Board 30 years ago. I think they have done an outstanding job for us, and that they're coordinating with the China Lake Alliance is wonderful. We need imported water, and we need it now. We cannot afford for the future to drop the ball on imported water, no matter how expensive it is. We cannot live without water. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Judy. And we have another caller. Okay, caller, go ahead.
Hello, GSA. This is Tom Brown again with the Lahontan Regional Water Board. I wanted to ask the members of Capital Corps if they made any headway in their discussions with the Los Angeles Department of Water and Power. Is there any possibility there that they will sell or lease some of their water to as replenishment?
I do not believe we have engaged the Los Angeles Department of Water and Power in the supply of imported water to the Indian Wells Valley Groundwater Authority. It is simply as a transfer partner.
Could you explain what that means?
Have not been looking.
Yeah, this is Jeff with Jeff with Capital Corps. Just to make clear what Mike was saying, and again, the board has not made any final decision yet as to which direction the water would be imported, whether it be from AVEC or from LADWP. But the route that if for sake of argument that LADWP were the route to be chosen, what they are proposing is an exchange agreement. So let's say, for example, you need 3,000 acre feet. They would take 3,000 acre feet off of the LA aqueduct and send 3,000 acre feet from a different source to Los Angeles. You know, Los Angeles has multiple sources of water, a water project or multiple sources, and it would be an exchange agreement. So there would be no net increase of water coming from the LA aqueduct.
Got it.
And this is John Vallejo, and just to remind everyone that LA has expressed no interest in an exchange program. Their only interest is in a potential banking program. So I continue to remind the board that spending money at this effort is throwing good money after bad, and we should focus on the better policy decision for this board and focus on the option from the south.
Thank you, Chair. Board Member Vallejo. I'll sign off now. This is Tom Brown.
Okay.
Thanks for addressing my question.
Thank you, Tom.
Chairman Heyman, this is Phil Hall again. I'd like to address something quickly there.
Go ahead, Phil.
So to address Mr. Brown's comments, it's a little premature to actually be too far down this path until we actually have a replenishment fee being paid and money in the bank. As we've just seen by the budget, we're not exactly cash rich to be buying table A water, which is quite expensive right now, to do any type of exchange program or anything else. So I understand people are going to ask later in this meeting, from what I heard at the beginning of this meeting, to delay the replenishment fee even longer. I'm not sure what that is going to get us, how that would move the ball forward here, and why, if we were doing that, we would have somebody still continuing to reach out and find our solutions here of import water. So, we got to get past the first and second rung of the ladder before we can look at the fifth rung, guys. That's all.
Okay, thank you, Phil. Any other public comments? Okay, no more public comments, so we'll bring it back to the board for discussion and a motion.
Chairman, this is Bob Page. I had a question I was hoping to get clarification on. In the presentation, it was mentioned that the estimated scope of work budget cost would be $174,925. But there's nothing specifically in the contract amendment that mentions by specific language that the not-to-exceed amount of the contract is increasing by that amount, or whether it's increasing by that amount minus the unspent balance on the existing contract of $20,929.50. So first is I was wondering, how much are we increasing the not-to-exceed amount by? And should that specifically be mentioned in the contract amendment itself, or does staff believe that that not-to-exceed amount increase is covered by attaching the updated scope of work?
So we're working on getting the mic working here, and Ron Strand is going to comment on that.
Thank you.
Yeah, this could be a legal question, but I'll give it a shot. I do believe that the new scope of work is fairly clear on what their costs are based upon tasks, subtasks, and especially the further breakdown that you have on the Excel sheet that was attached. So I do believe it's covered. We did not address your question about the remaining funds that are in I believe it'd be the 2020 contract. I don't know how much Capital Corps has spent this last month, because if I remember right, in their end-of-year report, I believe they still had about $13,000 left in their last year's budget. So I don't know if that's going to continue over, but I do believe that that would end, and then your 2021 proposed scope of work would be their new budget. So I do believe it's covered.
That is correct, Ron. Our 2020 work ends, our 2019 contract ends on January 31st, and that budget, however much is left in it, would be below the budget estimate that we provided. We are still working with some diligence on imported water supplies during this month, as well as wrapping up a new strategic funding plan, a revised strategic funding plan for the board's consideration during their February meeting, and then re-engaging with the new administration and the governor on the water resiliency plan. So that's what will be on next month's invoice, if that helps answer the question. I don't know where we are right at this second on that, on the expended hours.
Thank you, sir. Any other comments from the board? If not, I'm looking for a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve staff's recommendation.
Second.
We have a motion and a second.
Sorry.
Vice Chair Rotora,
Aye.
Chairman Heyman,
Aye.
Director Peters,
Aye.
Director Page,
Aye.
Director Vallejo.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries. So at this time, I'm going to take some consideration from the rest of the board and staff. We've been sitting here a long time, taking a recess. And do we want to go for 20 minutes or 30 minutes?
Well, we do 20 minutes.
20 minutes?
Just enough time to eat some lunch.
Okay, everybody, can everybody hear me out? The directors and Keith and everybody, we're going to take a break for 20 minutes.
Okay.
The time right now is 1:54, so let's come back at 2:15.
1:20.
Oh, what's that?
What time was that?
Well, I've got 1:54 right now, so if we came back at 2:15, that'd be about 20 minutes.
2:15 sounds good.
Okay, so we will reconvene our meeting.
What page is on?
I'm going to call this meeting back into session. We don't need a roll call vote. Or recommended.
I just make sure everybody's here.
Okay. Let's go ahead and do a roll call vote, and we'll make sure everybody's here. It's okay. We're having a little trouble with the IT stuff, so I'll Phil Peters is here. Stan Rotora is here. Myself is here. John Vallejo. John Vallejo, are you back yet? Let's go to Bob Page.
I'm back on.
Stetson, Jeff, and Steve.
We're on.
Okay. Keith and Phil, and I believe that would be the only. And James, or I'm sorry, I'm leaving somebody
Jim
out.
Worth was on earlier. This is Keith.
Okay, so we got Keith and Jim Worth. Are you there? So I think we're missing Jim Worth and John Vallejo. Anybody
Phil's
back?
here.
I'm sorry?
Phil's here.
Phil's here?
Phil's here.
Okay, Phil's here. And
Tom Bukowskis from BLM is here. Commander Benson on the line.
Commander Benson's on? Okay.
Yep, and Tom Bukowskis from BLM.
And Tom? Okay. So we'll give a minute here for John Vallejo, see if he checks in. Jim Worth is on, so I think John Vallejo is the only one missing at the moment. So we could wait a minute, or we could just go ahead and get started, and then he can chime in. So, okay, so we're going to call the meeting back in session, and we'll begin with item number 13, board consideration and possible approval of variance request per ordinance number 04-20 by China Lake Acres and Northeast Leelighter Water Co-op. This will be presented by Jeff Halsey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, your board had adopted a metering ordinance, ordinance 01-20, some time ago, and then in response to comments from the public in November 19th of 2020, the board heard a reading of ordinance that would amend the original ordinance and add an Article 8, which would have provided opportunities for small mutual and co-op well owners, others who can demonstrate that that they were pumping solely for residential purposes. They could demonstrate a severe economic hardship. The board could grant them a variance from Article 2 and 3 of Ordinance 01-20, and those articles had to do with meter installation, meter testing. After that first reading in November, staff sent out a letter to all the small mutuals and co-ops, informing them that the board had heard that ordinance and was going to consider approving it in December, and that they could have the opportunity, if it was approved, to submit for variances from those requirements. In front of us today are two requests under that Article 8 that was added. Requests are from China Lake Acres Mutual Water Company, a small mutual, states it pumps solely for residential purposes. The request indicates that the members of the co-op are low-income residents, that they're all, individually responsible for or proportionally responsible for the costs of the co-op, and that cost of complying with those articles for metering and testing would be a burden on them, and if they couldn't pay it, they potentially could face having their water shut off. So they've asked for variance from Articles 2 and 3, the metering and testing provisions. Similarly, there was a request from Northeast Leelighter Water Co-op. It states that they solely for residential purposes. They've indicated that they have quite a few infrastructure improvements they need to do. Improving the tank, and they really need some other improvements. They're having trouble financing those improvements, and claim that it would be a financial hardship if they had to meet the metering and testing ordinances, and they too request variance from Articles 2 and 3 for meter installation and meter testing. The information in our files, and staff recommends that the board approve the requested variances for China Lake Acres Mutual Water Company and Northeast Leelighter Water Co-op.
Okay, thank you, Jeff. I'd like to go ahead and bring this to public comment. So we'll see if we have any public comment. Okay, I see no public comment, so we'll bring it back to the board for discussion and a motion.
Mr. Chair, this is John Vallejo. I was able to join right as you were introducing the agenda item. My only question is if there's any sources of grant funding for severely disadvantaged communities that would potentially be available for us to pursue with regard to installing these kinds of meters for these kinds of purposes, because I don't want to get in a situation where everyone's starting to claim a hardship, and now that we no longer have meters on any of these things, any of these pumps that have to have meters,
for us to be able to understand the water use in the basin. But I understand the actual hardship in this instance, so I don't have any issue with the recommendation. So that's all I had.
Okay, thank you. I believe Stetson maybe could answer that question in regards to grants or availability of funds.
Of course, the Groundwater Authority does have a grant for SDEC communities for water conservation. I have not seen the grant funds available for things like meter installation or meter testing. From time to time, you do see things for infrastructure improvements, but I think that's generally redrilling wells, tanks, and pipelines. So I can't say that I've seen every grant opportunity that's out there, but I have not seen one that I believe would apply to this.
Okay, thank you. Might be something we could consider, delving into a little further. And so if anybody's got any direction or info on that, we can bring it up maybe at a later meeting or in future discussion. So
this is Director Rotora. I'm perfectly good with the variance, and I support the concept of the variance. But I haven't seen anything in writing that talks about a criteria that's being applied in terms of evaluating the need or the justification. I was wondering, does the staff have a criteria? I guess I would personally like to make sure that we have a criteria that it's applied evenly across all applications, and that so we don't have a case where someone who really deserves one doesn't get one potentially, or one who maybe is just on the fringe and could actually afford it, could go without it. But in any event, my feeling is, we may be getting a lot of these, and I don't want to have the staff just rubber stamp one after the other. I personally would like to see a criteria set up and applied even-handed against all of the applicants. I'm not saying either one of these don't deserve it, but I guess I don't see anything on here that says what they're trying to waive. It says 2 and 3, but is that all of 2 and all of 3? They don't want to have any meter. They want to eliminate the hour meter and just have a flow meter, or what is it they're really asking a waiver from? Have we looked into maybe trying to coordinate bringing a tester in to test a number of wells in the same day so that people can maybe afford testing where they couldn't if they had to get their own tester and bring them up, have a service call at $200 or $300, and then a testing for another $50 or $100. I would like to see a little bit more in terms of what are we doing, and are we being even-handed with everybody's applications.
From my understanding, is the main criteria the main criterion are that it's residential use only, which can be fairly easily checked. That what they need to do to get in compliance, like put new well metering and those sort of items, is expensive. And then the third one, I think, is probably the most difficult to determine, and that is that it's an extreme disadvantage to that person or group or mutual. And I think that's just a judgment call. And that's probably, I think, Mr. Rotora, where you're coming from, is how do we know that somebody who can afford it just doesn't want to pay the money? And I think that is probably the weakest part of this variance.
Yeah, I just can't tell from what's written down.
In the future, we will make sure that we clearly note what they're actually requesting the exemption from, and then maybe a little more detail on their financial hardship, or at least what it would cost to becoming compliant. And then obviously if you're talking a 3-person well or system, and it's going to cost them 10 grand to get in compliance, that's probably excessive. And especially if we can see or know that they are, de minimis use in the residential. So we can't see that we put more detail in the next request.
Yeah, I guess I would prefer, unless there's some urgency, I would prefer to defer until we have a real plan on how we're going to assess. I agree that if you have a well for 1 or 2 or maybe 3 people, it's one thing, but we have a well for 60. I don't even know what a meter costs, to be quite honest. And I don't know what it costs to test it, but it shouldn't be that difficult for the staff to come in and say, yes, we agree that the applicant is in a situation where they deserve to have the waiver versus not. Although, obviously, the more objective, the less subjective it is, the better. But, we probably never get there. But I'd like to have some criteria.
Okay, this is Chairman Hagan. I would like to just say that we have, authorized variances in the past, and to not look at this and make a decision on it would, in my point of view, not be, fair. I think bringing it before the board and having it looked at from a multi-position point of view is a big criterion right now to determine whether or not it's a legitimate reason to be asking and receiving a variance. So, if we want to make changes to the written, aspect of it, I think it's something we can do down the road. But I think today I'd like to see us review this and make a decision on it.
Yeah, I think in the future we can add, excuse me, a little more detail. Might make it clear exactly what you're providing the variance for. But I would recommend, based upon Jeff's analysis in these two, to at least approve the variance.
A quick question.
I'm sorry, you're recommending we approve it? Okay.
Go ahead, Phil.
And of course, the question then obviously is why?
We have another director who has a comment. So go ahead.
Director Heyman, if I may add something, as I was on the board dais when this was adopted, the comment, I'll say this, the program is somewhat ambiguous, and that is a design feature, not a defect, because your board is the one that will make those choices, and your board needs to be able to have the ability to make those choices as it sees fit. So we didn't want to put in obstacles that, in the abstract, as we're drafting this variance proposal, that we don't know are out there. In other words, we don't want a hard no for somebody that should probably get a variance because we didn't think of a particular situation. So your board has complete and absolute discretion here, really. It's for you to decide. It's also a resolution, so, even if we had hard guidelines, you could on the fly change those if you wanted to. And as for the cost of water meters and that, I think the water district is the perfect one to ask that.
Thank you, sir. And that's all. Okay, thank you very much. That's my observation also. So, okay, Director Phillips.
So just for clarification, on the first claim, there's mention of impacts from COVID-19. The second one mentions needing their funding to make some repairs on the wells. Definitely understandable, but those are both seem like temporary issues. Is this variance, is this for a set period of time, or is this just indefinite?
It would be indefinite.
Okay, gotcha. Is there any option to put in a period of time, like if they're having impacts from the pandemic? That's understandable. A lot of people are, but and maybe next year can we bring this back and say or see whether or not they still need that variance?
Yeah, I think we could issue the variance for a fixed period if you'd prefer.
I'm not sure that there'd be any benefit one way or another. I'm just kind of trying to figure all this out, but just something to think about.
Yeah, I don't know how deep Jeff went into the investigation of the variance, but China Lake Acres Mutual Water Company, they do state that they do serve a low-income community. Jeff, do you want to comment on these a little bit further if you have additional information?
Sure. Well, what we did, one of the criteria is they have to only for residential purposes. So we went to Google Maps to look and see, do we see any, other obvious water uses there? And in both these cases, we did not. We, looked through the files when they, if they did file and register originally, if they had registered their wells, if they had provided any information that could provide us any insight into their operations. Not much of that really is information that goes to the question, is it a financial hardship? I think in the previous cases in the variance requested, because there have been a few that have been already approved under the ordinance, it was kind of left at, if they made the statement, it was accepted. And we did not have other information to look at it at that point.
Okay, any other comments from board members?
Yeah, Chairman, this is Bob Page. Make sure the way I'm looking at this is correct from staff. Is the way I look at granting this variance is that we're not absolving the pumpers from providing us or working with us to determine how much they're pumping. It's just that we're not requiring the same level of measurement that's included in the ordinance. Is that correct, that we would still work with them and make sure we understand how much water they're pumping?
That's correct.
Okay.
And how does that happen?
This is Jeff. In some cases, they do have meters. They're just potentially not meters that meet the ordinance, and they may not have tested it on the frequency that is specified, or tested at all, frankly. So they are reporting numbers, those means or others.
Well, that's important information that should be included in this. When you've got 60 hookups, they could be using quite a bit of water, and we need to be careful that we lose control of being able to measure how much water we're pumping in the valley.
Stan, do you have any other comments you had to make, or can I ask my second question?
Go ahead.
Okay. And then the other question I had was on a more global scale, not related to these specific variance requests, but it would seem to me that a small water system, a mutual or a co-op, it would be critical for them to know their business and the people, how much they're pumping and providing to their customers, how much water their customers are using, so they can properly manage that system. It seems like a very basic part of operating that kind of a business as a water retailer. And I know that during the drought, the state passed legislation that encouraged water retailers who were financially stable to consider assisting customers of financially unstable water retailers by taking them over or consolidate, through the LAFCO process, adding them to their jurisdiction and their service area. I agree with Director Ritora that we need to know how much water is being pumped in this basin to properly manage it, and I think the community also has a responsibility to ensure that good municipal services are provided to the residents. And so I was curious whether, based on that legislation from a few years ago during the drought, whether the water district had ever looked into some of these more financially unstable small water retailers in terms of adding them to the jurisdiction of the water district and serving those communities.
Right now, we are, as a matter of fact, in the process of consolidating two small mutuals into the water district, and we are updating our general plan to look at are there more that could be done in a reasonable time and cost. So yeah, we are actively pursuing that now, and we will continue to do that in the future. For sure. So I guess yes is the answer.
No, I appreciate that information, Director. Thank you.
Chairman Heyman, if I may add one more thing that we discussed when this was originally adopted, that I want to make sure everybody remembers the overall policy choice and discussion at the time. When this was adopted, part of what we were considering was, and this was expressed at the time, and it was really the driving factor here. You know, we have a double metering standard because there are people out there pumping thousands of acre-foot a year, and if you're pumping, 1,000 acre-foot a year, and your meter's off by 5%, that's quite a bit of a replenishment fee. But on the other hand, if you're a small mutual pumping 40 acre-foot, 5% isn't much. So that was really what we were trying to get at with the variance and giving the board the opportunity to waive that requirement if the situation deserved it. That's all.
Okay, thank you. So, and one of my concerns have been, from early on with the private well owners and the small mutuals, is that a lot of them are in whether it's economic hardship or they're operating on a shoestring budget. That this was going to be a concern for many of them. So, I would like to make a decision on what we have before us today, and that is a variance on these two small mutuals. So I would like to see us go ahead and move forward and put it for a vote. So if there's not any more discussion, I'd say let's go ahead, and I would like to hear a motion.
Chairman, this is Bob Page. I will move staff's recommendation that the Wells Valley Groundwater Authority grant the variances to these two water purveyors, China Lake Acres Mutual Water Company and Northeast Lee Leader Water Co-op.
Do we have a second?
I'll make the second on that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second.
Vice Chair Rotora?
No.
Chairman Heyman?
Aye.
Director Peters?
Aye.
Director Page?
Aye.
Director Vallejo?
Aye.
Okay, motion carries. So we're going to move on to our next item. Okay, item number 14, which is board consideration and approval of acceptance letter for participation in transient pool program. This will be presented by Keith Lemieux.
Yeah, and you'll have to forgive me. I'm going to try to power through despite the occasional weird line noise that I'm hearing. So what you have before you is actually, I guess, 3 documents to concern yourself with. There's a resolution, and the only purpose of the resolution is to adopt a revised or amended version of the transient pool report. And attached to the transient pool report is an acceptance letter for participating in the project. So there are a set of changes involved to the transient pool program that we're recommending today. They sort of fall under three general categories, I'll call it. The first category has to deal with changes to the timing. The second category has to do with changes to the substantive changes to the program. And the third category has to do with changes to the waiver. So let me explain where this is coming from. This is coming from three different sources. So initially, I'll talk about changes to the schedule. When you adopted the program originally in August, we had an aggressive schedule that had people opting into the program and negotiating with the district regarding a following program. And all of that was supposed to happen at the end of last year so that people would be in a position to decide whether or not to opt into the program by now. Unfortunately, as we know, there's a disagreement among the board about the following program. As a result, that work didn't get done, and so we're sort of having to adjust our schedule as a consequence. In addition to that, since we adopted the program, staff has recommended some changes to the program that the board has given a head nod to, and we would like to memorialize those changes in the program language. But the consequence of that is that the participants in the program haven't seen final language yet. So that's another reason why we have to push the schedule back. As a matter of fact, the schedule you have in front of you has parties opting in by the end of this month. And obviously, if you vote to approve this amendment today, that won't be giving them that much time to even review the new language. So what we're suggesting then is to push the dates back so that the parties can opt in by the end of the month. But we've also recommended a rescission period so that if a party in the next 60 days, for whatever reason, decides they are unhappy with it, they don't like the way it was implemented, they misunderstood what was happening, they can rescind their participation in the program with the consequence that they'll be responsible for all of the fees that would have been due and payable had they not joined the program. On the other hand, their waiver of claims against the district would be rescinded. So again, just for clarity on the scheduling point, we're asking them to opt in by the end of the month. If they do that, then they're not responsible for fees. They're not responsible for paying replenishment fees or any other fees besides a mitigation fee up until January 1st. And then after January 1st, the water will be considered to be transient pool water and pumped on that basis. So that's sort of the first bundle of changes. Second bundle of changes has to do with substantive changes to the program. This will be more familiar to you because you guys have approved and sort of directed this already. I'm sorry, I got distracted by my watch. They'll be approved. You guys have approved this already. We brought before you, I think it was in November, that there was a need or an idea that perhaps allowing the transient pool water to be transferable would be a significant benefit to the smaller farmers or people who might not want to pump, particularly given that the following program was unclear at that point. And we also recommended that you consider the possibility of allowing the transient pool water to be transferred outside of the transient pool group, provided it went to an ag interest or another interest that was thought to be temporary. So those changes are in there as well. Basically, what we kind of have two different kinds of transfers, I guess. The first kind is a transfer either between existing transient pool users or to purchasers of land for which the water has been used. And in that case, they just have to give notice of certain information to the GA a certain number of days prior to the transfer, but we won't be specifically approving that transfer. The second kind of transfer is the more, I don't know if it's controversial, but the one that we have a little bit more interest in, and that is transfers to other ag interests. Mojave Pistachio, for example, comes to mind as a large ag interest that might be interested, or to other interests that are considered to be temporary interests. I don't know what those are, but people want to have a catch-all there, so we have a catch-all. In that case, the same kind of information needs to be provided to the GA, but the GA needs to approve the transfer prior to the transfer being made. And the basis for approval, number one, if it's a non-ag temporary interest, we want to make sure they qualify as such. And the other basis for review would be making sure that the new source of extraction doesn't have a harm on the basin. So it's more of a technical discussion there. So that's the second category of changes. Finally, the third category of changes has to do with the waiver, and we provided to the small farmers and others largely the same waiver that we've provided other parties in the context of the recycled water program. We've got a lot of the same comments back, namely that given that there's groundwater adjudication already happening, which is generally thought to be a general adjudication soon, that given those things and everything else going on, we needed to make sure that we thought it was reasonable to narrow the waiver so that the parties participating in the program are only waiving as to claims regarding past actions of the GA, and specifically including, but not limited to, adopting the GSP, adopting the various fees, adopting the transient program, that kind of thing. So those things will be waived, but if the GA does something that a party doesn't like in the future, then that party can go ahead and preserve their right to file an action if they think it's necessary. So, and then of course the waiver very clearly doesn't extend to water rights disputes, which of course are currently being litigated. So that's the nature of the changes you have in front of you. Again, you've got a resolution that will adopt a new transient plan that contains the acceptance letter. Any questions?
This is Director Rotora. I guess first of all, I'd like to make it clear that the Water District would like to be helpful, in any way it can to the farmers who could benefit from this. But I do have at least one clarification, and that has to do with the transferability of the water to the non-ag, and I'm not sure about the temporary situation. My question specifically is, does that open up the door for the Water District to buy water from the pool?
It does not. The Water District and also Searles are considered permanent users for which we need to acquire an imported water source in order to satisfy a long-term need. So we've discussed this, I think, in November, and from a policy standpoint, the thinking is that we've got to start paying for the program to bring the water in. We can't delay that, and then because that would delay the acquisition of the water and set us back.
Okay, I understand. I got your answer. Thank you. My second comment has to do with there's a letter associated with this document. See, it's signed. It's a.
Speak into your mic there, Stan.
Pardon?
Speak into your mic.
There's a letter Written, let's see, it's the letter at the end of the document, one of the three.
It's a letter under my signature directed to the small ag folks.
Yes. And in it, there are at least a couple references to the water district that are not only not nice, but probably incorrect or are incorrect. And I can't vote for it with those comments in there. They're totally objectionable. And you know, there's no need for it. We can be civil. We can do our job without some of this language. And third, my third comment is, I only got this, what was it, yesterday? Something like that. And I haven't had time to thoroughly read it. And neither has the Water District staff. So just based upon that alone, I could not vote yes on it. We need more time to look at it, read it, and understand it. But I do appreciate your answer to that one question.
You reminded me of something that I neglected to mention in my initial report that I meant to. Just so the board understands, we received direction from the board to talk to small pumpers, small ag pumpers, and we've been talking to Meadowbrook, who's a large ag pumper, and those are the parties that are eligible for the transient pool. In order to educate them about the pool program, but also to solicit comment back, and a lot of the comments we got actually informed the precise language of some of the changes. So we believe, and further, those conversations happened at everyone else's schedule too. So as a result, we've had conversations with some of these folks this week, and even as leading up to when we were producing the changes to make sure we could get everybody's sort of comments in and considered. So I apologize if you've gotten that a little bit later than I would have preferred, but the good news about that is I believe that as a result of taking that extra time, I think we've gotten general agreement and sign off by many of the affected parties. One other thing, the letter you're referring to, that was a letter to the small farmers. We attached it in the packet just for completeness so that people could see what had been said to folks, but that's not something I'm expecting you to vote on. So that isn't an element of the resolution. By voting on the resolution, you're not confirming the facts or opinions contained in that letter.
Has the letter gone out?
The letter went out a couple of weeks ago.
January 12th.
Yeah.
Okay, so
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the answer.
I'm not sure it went out on the date the letter says it's dated. I don't recall what that is on there.
Okay.
But it was earlier this month.
Okay, Keith, are you done with your presentation aspect?
I am, unless there's any other questions.
Okay. What I'd like to do is bring this out to public comment and get that going. So at this point, we'll open up item 14 to public comment. Is there a public hearing on this? No. Okay. Yeah, so, nope, sorry. So, then.
Keith, this is Ron. Can we get a clarification on the staff report? It says this is a public hearing.
This is just adopted as a resolution, so it doesn't. The public hearing you're having is just the normal public hearing of a meeting.
Got it. Thank you for the clarification.
It hasn't been separately noticed.
Great. Thank you.
Okay, so we can proceed on. Okay, so we want to open it up to public comment. I see that there is no public comment on item 14, so we'll bring it back to the board for discussion and a motion. Any comments from the board?
I guess I'd just like to repeat the fact that I think that we need more time to look at it, to figure out what it really says. I appreciate the explanation given, but we need more time.
We're having problems hearing Director Rotora.
Stan, you have to speak right into it. I'm sorry.
Oh, I said appreciate the explanation that was given. However, we need more time to look at it. I cannot vote for it until I get a better feel for what it says and better understanding of what it says personally.
Chairman, this is Bob Page from San Bernardino County.
Go ahead, Bob.
I just want to clarify my understanding of what we're being asked to approve by resolution. As I understand, the recommended amendments to the transient pool and fallowing program are, one, allow recipients of the transient pool to transfer the water that they're allotted to other qualified pumpers, which was mentioned would be ag pumpers or certain other parties the board may approve, which was indicated in the staff report would potentially be temporary, short-term, non-ag users. To also extend the due date for qualified pumpers to accept their allotment of transient pool water to the date of February 1st, 2021. So they would essentially have another week, another 10 days or so. But I'm assuming that does not mean that we cannot extend that due date again at our next meeting if we don't get enough response by February 1st, though I know that's what we would like. And third is to allow pumpers who accept their allotment of transient pool water for pumping to rescind their acceptance within 60 days.
Correct. And then the only thing I would add would be the legal waiver aspect that would allow them to any future issues that they would be concerned with, they would have an ability to challenge those, but anything from the date that they signed on previously, they would waive that right.
Okay. I appreciate that clarification.
Yeah, you guys have stated that exactly correctly.
Thank you, Keith. So,
Director Heyman, if I could make a clarification.
Yes, go ahead.
The way I would say it a little differently in that the February 1st deadline was already in the original drafted plan. The only thing that we have really done here is taken the head nod of the board in October, hoping somebody would present us proposals, which we haven't seen for a transfer yet, incorporating that into the plan now, and in putting into it.
Are we still live, or did I lose the call?
Well, we are still live, so just so everybody knows, but we are not on YouTube, so we're...
Okay, no, I appreciate that, Chairman. I heard a beep, and then it went completely silent. I was like, uh-oh, did I lose the call?
Nope.
Thanks.
Nope.
You're there.
Okay, so we're back on, and we left off with a motion, and we're looking for a second. And we have a second.
Vice Chair Rotora?
No.
Chairman Heyman?
Aye.
Director Peters?
Aye.
Director Page?
Aye.
Director Vallejo?
Aye.
Okay, so motion carries. We will proceed to item 15. So board consideration and approval of agreement to toll the statute of limitations for litigation with Meadowbrook Dairy Real Estate, Bighorn Fields LLC, Brown Road Fields LLC, Highway 395 Fields LLC, and the Meadowbrook Mutual Water Company. This will be presented by Keith Lemieux.
Certainly, Mr. Chairman, this should be a quick one. As I mentioned, we had been having discussions with Meadowbrook and their council this week on the transient pool. It was requested by Meadowbrook that we extend the existing tolling agreement so that they can deal with joining the transient pool without having to worry about filing a lawsuit against us. We are recommending that we extend it out. Phil, help me with this, but I think the period we're talking about is 2 months. So 2 or 3 months?
It's the same period as the rescission period in the agreement that was just adopted. I mentioned to Derek that he really doesn't need it because of the rescission period, but he wants belt and suspenders. They already have a tolling agreement, so I don't see any objection to signing something that is basically duplicative of the rescission period.
Yeah, so
Keith, this is Bob Page. It says in the staff item extending it through April 1st.
Okay, April Fool's Day. So just for clarity, what this tolls is the statute of limitations, which allows them the breathing room to not have to file a lawsuit until April 1st. And obviously the purpose of granting them that is so that they can opt to participate in the transient pool and sign a waiver and resolve their claims that way. That concludes the report.
Thank you, and we'll bring it to public comment. So do we have any public comment on item 15? Okay, we're seeing no public comment, so we'll bring it back to the board for discussion and a motion.
Chairman, this is Bob Page. I move approval of the extension of the litigation tolling agreement with Meadowbrook and the other affiliated entities through April 1st, 2021.
Okay, we have a motion.
I'll second.
We have a second.
Vice Chair Rotorua.
Aye.
Chairman Heyman.
Aye.
Director Peters.
Aye.
Director Page.
Aye.
Director Vallejo.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries. We'll move along to item 16, board consideration and approval of technical support services, TSS agreement, and this will be with Jean Moran.
I need to turn off mute. Good afternoon. So what you have in your board packet next for item 16 is a staff report and the TSS agreement between Department of Water Resources and the GA. This is regarding the drilling of a 1,500-foot borehole in the El Paso Basin for hydrogeologic data. Following the drilling of the borehole, there will be geophysics done and a determination of where to install 3 nested wells. There will also be groundwater quality sampling and sediment sampling. What is planned with this well is we reached out to the TAC members a couple weeks ago and we sent them both this agreement plus the other permits that have been issued for this well. We currently have a permit for well drilling with Kern County, and BLM has issued a category exclusion for the actual construction of the well and use of the well site during that time, and then a 50-year right-of-way easement to have access to that well. What the agreement also contains is it includes a work plan of what's being planned, and it includes the estimated budget that both DWR would contribute and what they expect the GSA to contribute. Part of the GSA's contribution has been money that has been spent over the last 2 years in clearing the site and getting it permitted. There will be additional costs during the construction activities itself and water quality collection. The largest cost per item will be the future 20 years of collecting data at the well. It will be the nested wells will be put into the groundwater monitoring program, and there will be some costs for just including that data, but it will be part of ongoing costs to the groundwater monitoring plan. What we're asking today is to approve this agreement with DWR to enable this project to go forward.
Chairman, this is Bob Page. I had a real quick question for Gene. The item itself, I don't believe it came with any kind of locator map. I mean, I'm looking at your modeling document online, and I see where the El Paso fault line is. Is this proposed monitoring site going to be upgrading or downgrading of that fault line?
It will be down gradient, and if you're on the GMS, the website, if you look on the legend and where it says wells, there is now a button that says a TSS well or location. And if you click on that, it will show you exactly where it is. But it's south of Freeman Wash. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Gene. And so we'll bring it for public comment. So I see we do have a call, so. Okay, caller, go ahead.
Chairman Heyman, this is Steve. I just want to add one thing. It's important because Gene has done this, and that is there's been discussion, certainly a lot of input about engaging our TAC and our PAC as we go forward, especially in 2021. And I just want everyone to know, make sure the TAC acknowledges with the TAC that Gene has already reached out to the TAC. We will be encouraging and certainly accepting input from the qualified TAC members in the drilling and perforating and actually construction of this well in the field. So Gene has reached out to the TAC, and we will be working with the TAC as this project moves forward.
Thank you very much, Steve.
And if anyone wants to visit the well drilling site, please contact either Steve or myself, and we can get you access to the site. Actually, this will be pretty incredible, drilling 1,500 feet down. So if anyone wants to come to the site, they should first get clearance through either Steve Johnson or myself.
Yep, very good. Thank you, Gene.
Okay, do we have any other callers? Okay, caller, go ahead. Caller, are you on the line? Okay, we're not. Okay, caller, go ahead.
Hello, this is Tom Brown with the Lahontan Regional Water Board. Hi, Gene. Water Board staff are very interested in coming to watch this drill. Will get drilled. Can I have your contact info right now?
Yes. My cell phone number is.
Gene, don't give your telephone number out over the public meeting. Let's get it to him separately. Thank you.
All right. Well, I'll give you mine. Just you can email me at Thomas, THOMAS, .Brown, BROWNE, at waterboards.ca.gov.
Okay, I will send you my contact information.
Thank you.
Was that it, Tom? Okay, I believe so. Any other callers? Okay, seeing no other callers, we'll bring it back to the board for discussion. Any comments from the board?
This is Director Rotora. May I ask, will this well support a pumping test? That is available, being able to actually pump water and...
The well, the 3 wells that are inside will be 3-inch diameter, so they will not support a active pumping test.
Right, they're not for pumping. This is a monitoring, Director. In the event that a pumping well was in the area, this could be a monitoring well for a pump test for that well or an aquifer test, but this is not designed for pumping.
Okay, I guess, I keep going back to the fact that, what we have is a augmented water problem, and we're looking for more water, new water, and it sounds like what we're ending up with in this particular well is something that tells us the water depth and isn't going to give us any insight, or correct me if I'm wrong, please. I mean, are we going to get any insight into that area regarding the capability of the aquifer to support water pumping?
Yes. We needed to wait an additional year to get this well at this depth. Part of the construction of such a deep well is to figure out what is the groundwater and storage in this area and to look at the bedrock elevation. So what we will get with the geophysics is the different sediment profile, lithology through the whole column, and that will give us an indication of the groundwater and storage. It'll also give us an indication of the water quality that's in that storage.
Okay, so would you consider this sort of a introduction to doing something else that is a follow-on test, given that we get some information from this particular well? Or are there any, has there been any planning at all in order to really solve the real problem, which is not what the wild water depth is, but can we pump water?
We will get information with the well development as they pump the water out of the well. We will also get sediment grain size. We are not planning an additional test in terms of pumping in that basin.
Director Rotora, this is Steve again. Just to back up, because I know you were in the audience, but you weren't on the board at the time. This project goes back a couple of years with an opportunity from DWR through their TSS, which is Technical Support Services Grant Program, which was actually brought to us, I think, by Eddie or Wade in the TAC. It might have been Tim Parker, looking at an opportunity to get some technical work done in the basin. Technical support services, not cash money, but services from. So the program itself revolves around collecting technical information, and that's what we're using it for. On a separate area, we do have the Navy Coastal project, and we've got another round coming up probably in February. Steve Reich at our office will be working with Dave Dennis and Commander Benson. And Gene and us will all be working on identifying our next potentially funded project under the COSO, Navy COSO royalties fund that we have. So there's possibilities. We've discussed possibly the El Paso area as an investigation area under a different program. But the program is purely collecting technical information.
Okay. Yeah, I was just trying to get information and clarification. I
guess
we still need to find out whether or not there's water in that area, and I'm hoping that somebody is doing some planning and looking at what the options are for evaluating the real capability of the aquifer in that area. So, but thank you.
Director or Chairperson Heyman, John Vallejo.
Yes, go ahead, John.
Will this test allow us to understand better if this is an area that we can store water?
Yes, it will. Please.
Okay. And so my understanding is that the storage issue will relate to water that's untreated, whereas if we were going to get treated water from AVEC, it would just switch directly into a pipe system. Is that correct?
Steve, can you answer that?
I wasn't sure, Director Vallejo. What was the question about treated water versus untreated water? AVEC would normally be a treated water supply, and you could still store the water, but you're paying for the treatment cost too. So, what exactly was the question?
Well, my question was if that was my first premise was correct, that treated water wouldn't be stored in this area.
Well, it wouldn't be the first choice, but we all understand. Let's just talk frankly about it. We all understand the situation we have is not ideal, and that we may not be able to do the ideal program. We haven't thrown out any. We're not throwing out any alternatives, and the idea that clean water that's treated might be put in the ground is not off of the table. It's done in other places. It's done in ASR wells. So it's not off the table. But, yeah, it wouldn't be the most cost-effective use if we have other opportunities.
Okay, so that's my segue into what conversations have we had with AVEC about the possibility of getting untreated water from their system, realizing that the pipeline would have to go somewhere else. But is that still something that we could explore with AVEC in the same manner that we've currently explored that with them, the idea of getting water from them in the first place?
This is Steve Johnson again, Director Vallejo. We have not. Capital Corps mentioned earlier. I don't know if they're still on the line. If Jeff's on the line, whether in their discussions we looked at the treated water supply primarily because the pipeline is already very, very long. To get to the point of treated water, to get to the point of untreated water is a lot longer, and we have not really looked at that yet. That's not again not off the table, but it's a little. It's going to be a lot more expensive just to avoid the treated water supply costs. So
I understand that. I guess where I'm going is if we can get a napkin calculation or back of the napkin calculation about what the extra cost of infrastructure would be compared to the difference in cost of treated versus untreated water, and maybe that's something we should explore a little bit.
Yeah, that's no problem. That would be easy to do.
Okay, any other comments from the board?
That's all I got.
Okay, thanks, John. Any other comments from other board members? Okay, if not, then we're looking for a motion.
Chairman, I move approval of this technical support services agreement with the Department of Water Resources.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second.
Vice Chair Ratora?
Aye.
Chairman Heyman?
Aye.
Director Peters?
Aye.
Director Page?
Aye.
Director Vallejo?
Aye.
Okay, motion carries. We are going to move to item 17, Water Resources Manager Report. That will be with Steve Johnson and Joseph Montoya.
Yes, and actually, Gene will be on too. Thank you, Chairman Hyman. This is Steve Johnson. I'm back on again. All of the items under the Water Resource Manager report, we have a total of 5. All of them are briefings and updates. There's no action required in anything. I'm going to do a couple of them. You folks haven't heard from Joseph Montoya. Joseph worked on the new Proposition 68 grant, worked hard on this thing to get it in on time, and he worked hard to get the letters of support. I'll say thank you, folks, for the letter of support. Joseph, I'll touch on that, too. We will have Gene is going to prepare. I will then work on present on the shallow well mitigation program, just a briefing again, and then we'll bring Gene back again on the surface percolation replenishment outline. So, give enough time to get the first PowerPoint up on Prop 1. We always give you an update on where we're at on trying to get some outside money into the basin. This Proposition 1 update, the last invoice that we've reported on that we were working on, invoice number 7, it covers our work through April through June of 2020. The total payment request after retention is about almost $96,000. That payment was received on January 11th, so we made progress. We're bringing some money, and that's good, paying some bills. For Proposition 1 by itself, the next invoice that we've been working on is invoice number 8. It's for the period of July through August 2020. Total payment after retention, total requested payment after retention, a little over $136,000. Submitted back at the end of November. It was submitted along with Prop 68, which I'll talk about next, the old Prop 68. We did get comments back finally from DWR. We've been back and forth with them, talking, trying to get this thing moving. As you would expect, we've got hurdles in front of us, folks. We have the holidays, which DWR kind of slowed down in the holidays, and they're dealing with COVID just like everybody else. Many of their staff are working from home, so things are taking. It already takes time to get things through the state when you're working on a program like this. And these other hurdles don't make it any easier. Anyway, we did get some minor comments, nothing to worry about on the draft that was provided on January 8th. We got those comments. We are working on those now, and we'll get that turned around and get them back. If not tomorrow or first part of next week, they'll be done and back into DWR. For Prop 1. The next invoice that we need to submit will be at the end of February, and it will cover the period from September, October, November, and December quarterly. So anyway, 3 months. July, August will be the next one. Will be through the end of the year. So that's Proposition 1. The existing grant we have under Prop 68, as you all recall, we got authorization for almost $331,000. They were limited, $330,000 even. They were limited to available funds of $300,000. That hasn't changed yet. Our first invoice was invoice 7B. It was submitted along with Prop 1. It covered the period of February 2018 through June 2020. This was for past expenses, so we reached out under this grant and tried to get grant funds to cover prior expenses of the authority. So we went clear back to February 2018, all the way through 2020 for this invoice that was submitted. The total request after retention was a little over $246,000. The authority did receive and has paid bills with this, received payment on January 11th, along with the other invoice number 7. So that's good news. Invoice number 8B, which went in with the other invoice number 8, covered the same period, July-August 2020. Not a lot there. Total payment request was a little over $3,000. In the same situation, they're a little farther along on this one than on Prop 1. They did approve it on January 15th while we're still addressing comments. There were no comments on this. Not a lot of money, but again, next invoice is expected, is due by February 28th, and we should have that one to DWR on time. We always, as you would expect, we always prepare these draft invoices internally, make sure we've done double-checked and make sure they're correct, as complete as possible. in our work with DWR. We always run them through our staff team to make sure they've had a chance to look at them. In fact, they're actually submitted along with the staff team. So that's the process. I'm going to spin off to Joseph Montoya, introduce Joseph Montoya, one of our engineers here, doing a great job. Joseph worked so hard on Prop 68, the new Prop 68 grant funding. I thought I'd give Joseph an opportunity to walk through it with you folks. So, Joseph, are you available?
Hi, Steve. Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, Joseph, if you would walk through, go ahead, and then I'll pick up after that with G.
Okay, thanks, Steve. Good afternoon, Chairman and members of the board. I'm going to talk briefly about the new Prop 68 grant fund application that was recently submitted on behalf of the authority. Just a little bit of background, this grant is administered by Department of Water Resources, and this grant is meant to fund GSP implementation projects, specifically those related to the Projects and Management Action section of the GSP. This is one of 2 rounds of grant funding available through Prop 68. This first round that we applied for is available only to critically overdrafted basins, which this basin is. The second round of funding, which is anticipated to be released in spring of next year, 2022, will be available to all medium and high priority basins, which this basin is. So we received authorization back in November to go ahead and prepare a grant application under Prop 68. This round one of funding, there's a total of $26 million available in grant funding, $5 million of which is dedicated only to projects that benefit underrepresented communities. The scope of eligible projects for this grant include groundwater recharge, conjunctive use projects, projects that address drought and groundwater challenges, contamination cleanup, and others. The grant solicitation package required that applicants apply for projects with a minimum of $2 million and a maximum of $5 million. And this applies to both rounds of funding. So theoretically, the authority could receive the total $5 million in round 1 and round 2 and receive up to $10 million in funding. Like Steve mentioned, we did submit a full application by the January 8th deadline. We asked for a total of $5 million for 3 projects, including an imported water supply alternatives analysis, a recycled water use alternatives analysis, and phase 1 of a recycled water project that would involve treatment design and permitting. The grant solicitation required that for a potential reduction or waiver of cost share, the local match, that the applicant submit a minimum of 5 letters of support to justify that the projects benefit underrepresented communities, of which there are many throughout the basin. We were unfortunately a little late in putting out requests for letters of support to the community. We did receive 2 letters in time to submit with the application, so we want to thank those parties for the quick turnaround in getting us those letters. And we communicated to DWR that due to COVID and the holiday seasons and delays in public meetings that we weren't able to receive the minimum of 5 letters of support, and that we wanted to see if it was okay with them to submit after the grant deadline. DWR came back and said that that was okay, so we did submit 4 additional letters before January 15th, which was the deadline that DWR gave us. So we were able to submit a total of 6 letters of support. So DWR will be considering those in review of our application. DWR staff has noted that they'll be completing a technical and eligibility review of all of the applications. That's probably going to be done, they have said, by February 5th, and a draft funding list for all of the applications is going to be released sometime in March. So we'll definitely be looking out for the draft funding list and hopefully bring some good news that the authority has received this grant funding. The final compiled application is available on the authority's website. And again, I just wanted to thank everybody that was able to provide a letter of support. We really appreciate your quick turnaround. And we'll be following up in the next few days with to express our gratitude.
Yep.
So that's all I have.
Thank you, Joseph. Nice job. Hang on in case there's questions, because there may be. The only thing I have to add, again, to let folks out there know that we do hear you guys about trying to re-engage PAC and TAC folks. This is kind of a technical item, too, although it won't bother me if the PAC wants to look at it. I owe Dave Janis a call, by the way, and I know, Dave, you're on. But for this particular program, we really would have preferred to put together a list of task projects that would fit this grant application, and actually distribute it through the TAC or the PAC and get some input on that. But the timeline that DWR gave us on this thing wasn't even released until in December. We had the holidays. It was hard enough we actually had to come to the board to get board authorization to actually prepare the application before we could start on it. So it was very tight, and it was a very tight deadline. We had the holidays in the middle of it. We have COVID and all that. So a lot of excuses, but we would have liked to have gotten TAC input. What I want to tell you is that we will be sending, we did post this, we did send this out to the TAC members after we submitted to DWR, so that most of the TAC folks should have this application. We also posted it. April was helpful enough to get this thing posted. If we are fortunate enough, and I certainly hope we are fortunate enough, but if we are fortunate enough to get a grant from the state on this new Prop 68, there is a time period between them awarding a grant and us actually drawing up the actual agreement and the provisions and the details that are in the grant. You folks can all see what the grant is for. I believe this is really me talking right now, but I believe in working with DWR so far that there is a bit of a latitude that we have between what we put in the application and what ends up in the actual agreement. So what I'm saying is we're going to reach out to the TAC or the PAC. We'll reach out to, certainly the TAC, to see if you folks have any suggestions, revisions, inputs, other types of projects that fall into this category, and we will certainly take that in. And then, assuming we do get an award, we will go to DWR and try to fit into the actual agreement. So, with that, I think Joseph and I are here to answer any questions that you folks may have. Thank you, Chairman Hyman.
Thank you, Steve. Thank you, Joseph. So we'll bring back to the board. Any comments from the board?
Yes, this is Director Otoro. I was curious whether or not this last thing we were talking about could be used for consolidation of either mutuals or individual wells or anything like that.
I don't believe it can. It was pretty specific. This particular round of funding was for replenishment projects, banking projects, replenishment projects, any kind of water for replenishment, conjunctive use projects, and then another area which really, we may have some areas that it could be done at some point, but really not high on our list is cleanup of contamination sites. So that applies to a lot of other areas, but that's all this was available for. So we tailored our application around what the provisions are.
I was actually talking about what you're calling the project number 4 shallow well impacts mitigation program.
Yeah, that's next. That's not a part of this one. This is the Prop 68 grant application.
I would think this is mitigating shallow wells, it would seem to me, would include consolidation of the existing shallow wells into a mutual system, not necessarily combining with the water district, but because obviously we can't combine with everything, but the fewer wells we can have, the better off we're going to be, and the deeper they can be, and the less impact we're going to have. But you're saying that's not part of a shallow well impacts mitigation program?
No, I think you jumped. Excuse me, Director. You've jumped ahead to item D on the Water Resources Advantage Project, which is the shallow well, which I'll cover in a minute. And you're absolutely correct. That is a part of the shallow well mitigation. But you've jumped ahead. We're still on C, which is a presentation on new Prop 68 grant funding.
Yeah, I made the mistake of looking at my monitor. I'm sorry.
You're just one ahead on us, but I'll be right there.
Okay, is there any other comments from the board on Prop 68? If not, we'll let Steve go ahead and move into the next part.
Okay, for the next one, this is the GSP plan project. As part of the GSP, the project number 4, which is shallow well, sort of the impacts and mitigation program. Very, very important program. We got comments. As all of you know, we've reported comments, received comments from the state board on the GSP already, and this was one area that right up front, one of the first things state board said is they were complimenting your authority, you all of us at the board, on including this kind of consideration in the GSP. So it was complimentary, at least from the state board it was complimentary. We've provided some materials already on this. We are not looking for authorization on this yet. We're looking to probably come back at the February meeting. But there is budget. There is already budget for this. We're anticipating income from the shallow well, from the mitigation part of the replenishment fee to implement this program. And just for references, back in October of 2019, we did put out a technical paper on analysis for estimating shallow well impact for historical conditions and under future management scenarios. That was back in October. We brought it to the TAC and reviewed it with the TAC, and then it was an appendix to the GSP. You know, that evaluation identified roughly, based upon our analysis, our technical work, about a little less than 100 impacted wells through 2018 that had already, before we got going, started looking at this. We also estimate another 22 wells would be impacted during the GSP planning process and implementation of the project. That would be between now and getting the basin into sustainability, that we're still going to have those impacts. That was under management scenario 6.2, which you may all recall. We also, at that point, we prepared a preliminary impacted shallow well mitigation plan and funding plan approach. That was that outline was prepared and presented back in March of 2019 to the TAC, and in April to the PAC, and then ultimately to the board. So we have that for review and to fall back on. As I mentioned, we developed a budget, and there's two parts to what we will end up proposing to do in February. The initial part is to put the program together that the guide to how we're going to implement the actual identification and evaluation of impacted wells. So that's a big part of it, is the whole program, the guide and the program. This is going to be our guidebook. We'll prepare that, and there's a budget for that. We have a separate budget for the outreach to the impacted well owners. And I'll just say that this is not going to be, it's not intended to be, at least right now, intended to be a proactive outreach where we go out and look for people. This is going to be making the information available. Probably, we're planning on preparing and posting a report form for well owners that believe they've been impacted, for them to fill out the form and submit it so that it can be reviewed and evaluated, and then ultimately recommendations made to the board on what we may or may not do. So that's really the program. We will bring in that more details in February. Director Vittorio raised a question, and it's actually very, very good question for this item, for this agenda item. There's all kinds of alternatives out there for impacts to abandon the well, drill another one, to modify the well. One of the suggestions that Director Vittorio mentioned would be to consolidate wells. If you've got a good well in the area and you've got some that aren't so good, develop the funding so that people can share the well. All of those options are in the plan, are in at least the outline of the plan, including in certain areas, if it's feasible, connecting these services, these homes, or these de minimis users, connecting them to the water district and making them customers of the water district rather than spend the money on the well. So that all of those alternatives, all those alternative mitigation methods are in the outline, and they will be put into the guidebook in the plan. So with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions, and we will be bringing this back in February.
Okay, thank you, Steve. Any questions from the board? Okay, hearing no questions, we will conclude the Water Resources Manager's report. Was there anything else you had, Steve?
One more.
Okay, I'm sorry.
We got one more. We got Jean. You guys like to hear from Jean. I like to hear from Jean.
Yes.
Jean's actually she's subbing for Steve Reich. Steve Reich actually prepared this, but I thought Jean was better qualified. She is better qualified than me to present this. So, Jean, if you would, on the percolation study, and again, this will be brought back in February too. This is just a briefing on what we're thinking and where we're going.
So with the next slide is the percolation study investigation. How we're approaching this is in 3 phases. We would do a recognizance investigation, and then we would do a feasibility study, and then work toward a pilot test. This would also be interacted with the TAC for working with the TAC on this kind of technical work. So with the recognizance investigation, we would characterize the water supply and the water quality, because with wastewater, as was stated earlier in the meeting, given its different water quality, that has to be understood in order to percolate it into the ground. We would look at regulatory requirements and describe other percolation studies with similar basin geometries. We'd investigate grant funding and opportunities for groundwater recharge and recovery projects, and then assess the different methods that would work best in this basin. We would do a bit of GIS mapping of identifying soils, geology, and the different locations that may be suitable for surface percolation, and then develop different alternatives with the TAC. And these alternatives can also be applied for expansion of imported water. So surface percolation can be either wastewater or imported water. Then we'd identify locations and footprints and facilities. And then the end of this, we would recommend alternatives for feasibility study level. So then at feasibility study level, the next slide is looking at where we would do a field investigation, do with the existing model, estimate groundwater travel time, soil aquifer treatment that we would get from percolating the wastewater into through the sediments into the groundwater table, and then we would look at advanced water treatment if there was requirements for that. And as was earlier stated, given the TDS, there may be some requirement for that. And then monitoring reporting requirements. This would all be put together into a feasibility study, and from there we would make a recommendation of a preferred alternative for pilot testing. The actual pilot testing, we would test any kind of advanced treatment that the wastewater would possibly need, and also test for percolation rate. The deliverable on the pilot testing would be a more refined feasibility level design and cost analysis for a percolation project. So this is just at the very beginning stage of looking at how we would approach percolation studies in the basin. And Steve, I'll turn it over to you if you have something else to add to this. Steve?
We might have lost Steve.
Steve, okay.
I'm
then
back.
I guess I turn it
he's
back.
back.
Okay, good.
I'm back. No, I'm back. I'm sorry. I had it on mute just like everybody. I tried to keep it off the. Well, no, I think I did somebody have a question or?
No, Gene wanted to know if you had anything you wanted to add to it.
No, I think Gene did a great job, and we will be bringing stuff back. Same as this other stuff, and this is for the TAC members. I know you're frustrated. The shallow well mitigation and this percolation study, when we get we put a little more detail together, it's going to you folks. You're going to get it hopefully you'll get it next week in time to spend some time on it so that we can get your input before we come back to the February meeting. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Steve, and thank you, Gene. Any comments from the board?
No, I'd just like to say thank you for making sure that the TAC gets involved. I'm sure they're going to appreciate that.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, it's John Vallejo.
Go ahead, John.
Yeah, I guess I got my Gene presentations confused about which one was relating to potentially storing water, pumping water back into the ground for storage and later use. So I just reiterate my request that we at least do an initial look at the potential cost for obtaining untreated water from the south. And I think that would dovetail with this project, since this could be used potentially for imported water as well as recycled water.
I've got it, John. Director Vallejo, sorry. I'm sorry, Director Vallejo, I've got that noted, and with a big asterisk that we're going to do that.
Okay, very good. Are you good with that, John?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. All right. So, do you have anything else to add, Steve, on your report?
Nope, we're good. Water Resource Manager done.
Okay. Well, that concludes, and then we'll move to item 18, General Manager's Report with Ron.
Yes, sir, Director Heyman and members of the board. I'll keep this really quick because I know we have a closed session item to continue to after the meeting. An update on the monthly financial report from December. It looked like we collected approximately $39,865 in pumping fees, which is about $40,000 less than what we had anticipated. One of the couple of reasons why we think we're a little low is, one, Cyril's has not made their December extraction fee payment yet, nor has Mojave Pistachio made a payment since October of 2020. The end of the year balance in the account was $105,000. At the end of the year, we still had $426,000 in unpaid invoices. In January, I believe we caught up on at least $330,000 worth of those invoices, so that's moved along fine. Item number B is the Water Conservation Rebate Program. This has been in place for, I believe, 6 months. The report that we've got is that they've been marketing in the disadvantaged areas of the Inuit area and Trona. They have had some issues with businesses and citizens signing up, so their goal over the next month is to continue outreach to hopefully garner some applications for this program. Item number C. Delinquent accounts. We currently have 17 delinquent accounts. Of those accounts, 6 are cooperative to some degree. We have had some contact with them. However, we've had 11 that have been non-cooperative. I do believe this should be addressed after we address the Bellino litigation here in the future. And then item number D, well registration. We had 1 well registration last month, which puts us up to 134 registered pumpers. And that is my report.
Okay, thank you. And we'll now move to closing comments. So we'll start with Director Phillips.
Nothing in particular for me, but glad to be here and be working with everybody on the board. And good job today, Scott.
Well, thank you.
Excuse me, Director Heyman.
And welcome, and we appreciate having you here. So, very good. Director Rotorua.
Thank you. First of all, I would like to say it's an honor to be here to represent the Water District and the public of this valley. I have 3 items that I would like to see put on a future month's agendas. One being a continuing staff report item, and that would be to add a pumping report to the staff report or general manager's report or whatever the appropriate report is. If we want to control the pumping in the valley, we have to know and understand how much we're pumping, and we need to have an accurate history. Second of all, I would like to add to the staff report an accumulated fee from the new pumping fee. That is, from the time it went from what is it, $30 up to $105 or whatever that starting date was last year. Get an accumulated accounting of what the total accumulated funds are. And last but not least, I would like to ask the board chairman to direct the staff to put the replenishment fee on the February agenda. I know there's been a lot of discussion among the staff. We don't need any more staff discussion. We've had enough billable hours generated as a result of this. I'd just like to have the chairman direct the staff to put it on the February agenda.
So that's a choice for the chairman, unless there's a second and direction from the board to put it on.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand that.
Keith, could you repeat what you had just said? Director Ratora said he did not understand what you had said.
Right. The chairman controls the agenda, but if 2 members, if there's a motion and a second and direction to put the item on the agenda, then it can go on the agenda.
I'm just asking the board chairman to direct the staff to put it on the agenda, very simply.
Okay.
Okay, is that all you have, Stan? Or Director Ratora?
Pardon?
I said, is that all you have?
Yes.
Okay. Director Vallejo, any closing comments?
No closing comments other than reference to the request for the agenda item next month. I mean, we've had multiple board meetings discussing this, and the issue with delaying the fee was raised and discussed and thought through many times over. So I'm not sure what the real purpose would be unless the members of the board have changed their mind. And so I would request that if this is going to go on the agenda, it would be by direction of the board and not just the request of one board member.
Okay, thank you. Director Page, any closing comments?
Yes. First, I would like to request that staff for the authority reach out to Mr. Brown from the Lahontan Regional Water Quality Control Board and ensure that he gets all of his questions answered. I'd like to try to help him in advance of meetings so he's not having to ask background questions about our operations during board meetings themselves and asking for phone numbers from staff and that kind of thing on a public meeting. We obviously want to be, we have a policy of full disclosure and talking to people, and I understand the Regional Water Quality Control Board has a responsibility for protecting water quality, which would be an element of our GSP, not the entire GSP. And I think staff, by reaching out to him, can make sure that we establish that line of communication on anything we do that impacts water quality and potentially ask him if there are other areas that he believes are under the regional board's purview that go beyond just water quality issues. So that would be a request. I'd like to, obviously he's interested, and I want to make sure he gets the information, but there obviously are better ways of making sure that we provide the background information that he's requesting than in the middle of a meeting when we're trying to decide how to move forward on something. So I'd like staff to reach out to him and have that discussion and open that line of communication. And second, I believe this will be my last meeting on the board of directors. as I said earlier, I think during the discussion regarding the calendar for meetings going forward, the Board of Supervisors is scheduled on January 26th to have the chair make his recommendations for all of the boards, committees, and commission appointments throughout the county that the members of the Board of Supervisors sit on. I expect that our new supervisor for the 1st District, Colonel Paul Cook, will be appointed to be the county's director. I have not talked to him directly to understand how active he wants to be, but I expect you'll start to see him at these meetings. There's also, as I understand, he has a recommendation as to who would be his alternate. And so don't have any final decision on that yet, but I expect this to be my last meeting. So I do want to say thank you to all the staff and to the other members of the board who I've been able to work with since we first were meeting in I believe 2015, if I remember correctly. We started having discussions about how to form this authority and how we would work together and collaborate on these things. It's been a great experience. I've fully enjoyed working through these issues with all of you and with staff, and I'm definitely going to miss it. But I did want to let you guys know that.
Thank you very much, Director Page. And on behalf of myself, you will be sorely missed on this board. And I wish you well in your future endeavors. And yeah, we will miss having you here. That's for sure. So I just have. Oh, go ahead. I think go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, with that news, I think maybe we should go back around in case anybody wants to say anything, because Director Page, I think you've been quite some value added to this board. Your presence and your questions and your, just approach to the board's business has been very helpful and insightful. And so I appreciate and thank you for all your efforts here, and I wish you good luck with your elected position moving forward and all the things that you'll be doing then. So thanks again.
Thank you.
Director Phelps.
Yeah, I would just clarify that I know you tried to promote me earlier during the meeting to supervisor, but I have no interest in being an elected official.
Oh, that's right. Our recorder is elected, but anyhow, yeah.
This is Director Peters. Just want to say thanks for your service on the board and help getting it off the ground, and best of luck in the future.
Thank you.
Stan, would you like an opportunity to say goodbye to Doug?
Actually, I do want to thank Bob. I've been listening to this thing now for 4 years, and I think you do actually bring quite a bit of sanity once in a while into this group that I've found was needed periodically. So I want to thank you for all your insight.
Thank you, Stan, and I wish you well in moving forward as the Water District's director on the authority board.
Thank you, Director Page. And so I'll finish up with my closing comments, and we'll move into a closed session. I just want to say that I personally do not see any beneficial reason nor want to see the replenishment fee delay issue come before the board. I think the board has made their decisions and thoughts on this matter. So that's my statement on it. So, and with that, the date of our next meeting will be February 10th, 2021 at 10 o'clock. So it'll be it's going to come up on us quicker. So I guess we just keep right on trucking through it. So, okay. So with that, this meeting will be recessed. We will be going into closed session, and then we will report out of closed session when we're finished. So with that, open session is now ended.
I don't know what you said, but
I'm going to stay on. This is Steve. I'm on mute. I'll put on mute.
And okay, so are we live again, Gary? Okay, so we are just moved out of closed session back into open session, and we would like to report on closed session, and Keith Lemieux will be reporting out.
Sure. Mr. Chairman, the board met in closed session to discuss the item identified as conference with real property negotiators with Capital Corps as the negotiators. The board received information from Capital Corps, but no reportable action took place. Mr. Chairman, that concludes the report.
Thank you, sir. And with that, this meeting is adjourned.